What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. If I don't do this now, it won't get done. Because when I got in from the mosque, I know that if I take my clothes off, then I'm going to get lazy and sleepy. And so I should do this now. Forgive my voice. I don't know what's happening. I've been in the sun a lot today. And my voice, and then if you guys that have been with me for a while, you know, a while back, I had this thing where my inner ear would clog up, and then I have to dip to unclear it so I don't sound like I got my fingers in my ear. So for some reason that's doing that. It has something to do with heat though, and the sun, because whenever I had this problem before, I know it was during like the summertime, you know, And so it has something to do with temperature. It's very hot here in California. It's very hot. And we may not make it through this without me turning on the air. I try to turn the air off for your convenience so that it doesn't bleed into my sound. And also because I'm aware that people are listening to me at work and they have earbuds in. Some people are in their car on their Bluetooth. And I think about all those things when I'm thinking about sound projection for you. And I don't know how long this is going to last. Anyways, I want to say good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are across the country, and indeed across the earth. Speaking of across the earth, let's get our across the earth banner going. If you're new to me, I am the Jedi. And I call myself the Jedi because back when I started doing YouTube videos in 2014, even before I started doing YouTube videos, one of my life frustrations is that I don't ever hear my voice in any setting, no matter where I'm at on the earth. Nobody speaks like me. They don't. People go along and I don't hear me. I don't even feel me, probably more importantly. And because I feel like I was born at the wrong time, I used to say that a lot. Like I was born in the wrong century. I was born in the wrong decade. I was born at the wrong time. Like I should have been born during like the civil rights era, and and stuff like that. Because I'm made up of those who went before me. I'm made up of the same fabric of those who were willing to give their life over for the cause of righteousness and progression, revolution, and freedom for our people. I'm one of those people. I love that more than I love life. That's more important to me than living, literally. And when I hear a lot of those who have gone before me, I hear things that I've said and have in my heart before I even know they said it or did it. And that's where that phraseology came from. I was born at the wrong time. I was born at the wrong time. So because I don't hear my voice on the earth or feel my presence, it's a metaphor, because in the Star Wars movies, Luke Skywalker was the last of the Jedi. They'd all been killed off. That represents the ancestors. They'd all been killed off. There's nobody left that was willing to confront the Empire and really give it all over for the sake of the Alliance to survive. And because I feel like I'm the last of, or among the last of the voices of my kind, fighting for the way of our people against the empire of injustice and bigotry and white evil, I call myself the Jedi and the Dipper. I first want to see who's here. And I can tell you this throat thing just started right when I started to speak. Like I've been dealing with the dip thing today, but the throat thing, I don't know, like that just happened since I got on. I want to shout out and I want to remind everybody that I have the link for the stream in the chat. You can click on it if you'd like to come in and say something live on the stream. Allison Bleb, I want to say shout out to you. I want to say shout out to James Scorpio Jackson. There's a name I haven't seen. James Scorpio Jackson, JSJ. And interesting, you're a Jackson because we're going to be talking about Michael. I want to say, you said it is just hit a rough spot though. I don't know what you mean. I think I'm out of context, James. Allison, you say, I'm happy work is over. Hope all is well with you, James. Oh, you're speaking to James. And then you say, Jedi, why do you look so fancy? Because this is how I mostly dress anyway. And today is Friday. This is our day of worship. So when I go to the mosque, but I dress like this most of the time anyway. I'm most comfortable in some variety of this, and you've seen a lot of my garments and outfits and things that I wear, Allison, over the years. But yeah, that's why I'm fancy. Cheryl Bryant, shout out to you. It's the king. It's the queen. Who's that? Gwen, I see you. I'm going to get to you. Cheryl already hit that like button. Yeah, thumbs up, everybody. Gwen B, I'm going to come to you just a moment. The king is back, indeed. Hey, Jedi, watching from Las Vegas on vacation, I think you mean. All right. I don't gamble. I'm Muslim, but I do take 50% of all winnings, though. Just so you can go ahead. You can cash out my half. You feel me, King? You cash out that half and stuff. I know. I hope so too, Allison. Thank you for that. Thank you, Cheryl. And also, when I'm dressed like this, everybody, when I'm out, I have my people approach me, and it's an opportunity to have conversation. My brothers will come up and say, man, that's fly, or are you Israelite, or something they will say, or I like that, or I like this or that. It's an opportunity for me to talk, and see what's in their brain and put something in it, Same with my sisters. In fact, one time I don't know where I was. Could have been just in the grocery store, I don't know. And I heard a sister say, girl, I wish my man would dress like that. Oh. Or then you have people say, are you African? Cheryl. Oh, no, that's Cheryl. Cheryl, Jedi, turn your air conditioner on. Please do that. Do not get too hot. I promise I will, Cheryl. Thanks for looking out for me and caring. 40 Shorty, what's up? Let me get to everybody, and then I'll come back and read. Simply Sandra, shout out to you, Queen. Gwen, I'm going to come to you right now. James says, I am a fan of MJ and the Jacksons. I'm a bigger fan, James. We can fight later in the street. Feel me? Just let me get my stuff off, get some Vaseline and put on my face, and get Southside Chicago on you. Yeah, my car started acting up and haven't been able to get to work. Oh, man, subhanAllah. I hope that the owner of existence will fix that for you, James. Let's come to you, Gwen. Good afternoon, Queen.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
I can. It's a high honor and a privilege. How are you?
I'm doing good.
And I'm loving your salt and pepper.
Yes.
I
I
love
used
that.
to dye my hair black and then I saw that it was coming in like that. I said, oh no, I'm not gonna dye that no more. I like it.
It becomes you. It does. It really does.
Thank you. Um, when I talk to you like this, I feel like I know you because I've been looking at your videos. And so I know you never met me before, but I think I know you like a best friend, like a good old friend. So
That's how I feel.
forgive me for that, for being so familiar. I like your content. So I've
I
been
don't
watching
mind
you
it.
for a long time, really. I forget how long ago I first started watching you.
It's been a while because your name stands out because I have a friend named Gwen.
Yeah, I've been watching you for a long time. I don't. It's been years. I
I
think
appreciate
I first saw you when you were telling people that if they wanted you to friend them, that they had to send you a video
it.
that long ago. So I knew not to come on here without showing
You're
my
a
face.
veteran, Gwen.
Yeah.
You're a veteran. You're a veteran.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. I've been a veteran a long time.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's been a while. I went through so many iterations, and that was one of them. I used to uh, yell at my people. And then even when I was trying to get I think probably before I was trying to get the Black Independence Liberation going, Black Independence Liberation League going, I used to say, if you want me to communicate with you, you got to put up a thumbnail. Like, don't leave if you leave a comment, you have a thumbnail, I won't answer you. I went through that. Then I went through my group chats on Skype, and I've been through everything. You know it. I've been through everything. It's all for the
while I comment. I think one of the funniest comments was when you were imitating a tiger or something, and I thought it was hysterical because you was talking and you kind of roared. It was great.
Probably my horse, because whenever I say wild horses run unbridled or their spirit dies, and I always say, and I'm a steed galloping on the plain.
Yeah,
was that the one?
That's hysterical to me. So that's what I came in for, to just tell you you're doing a good job, and I'm like,
where are you at in the world, Gwen?
Oh, I'm in Landover, Maryland.
Wow. I lived in Maryland for many years. I lived out in Beltsville, out near the university. Yeah, I lived in Beltsville. I used to get off right there on Route 1.
Yeah.
And make that left and go to what's that? Was it Powder Mill Road? I can't remember. Anyways, whatever. No, Powder Mill was on Cross Street. I don't remember. Anyways, I lived on Cherry Hill. But anyways, I know where Landover is. I know where Landover is because I have a friend that has a big home out in Landover.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
It's 80-something% Black.
Say?
It's 80-something% Black.
Absolutely.
Black
the whole time I lived in Maryland, and I worked in Maryland and DC, but all the years I was there, I never really had to interact with white folks unless I was on my job. I just don't remember really seeing them all like that. Not really. I just, I'd go to I forget the name of that mall, but anyway, just anywhere. I just don't remember seeing them except for on my job or when I worked downtown DC. I worked for in DC I worked for two law firms. One was Rothwell and Fig, and then I went to McDermott, Will and Emery, and then when I'd be out on lunch on Capitol Hill, then you see them and stuff like that. But other than that, they weren't really a part of my existence. They just weren't. But
they're on the fringes. Everything they're on the fringes, just on the fringes. On the periphery.
Yeah. And then there's some parts where you go, oh, okay.
Well, if you go to Virginia, when you go to Virginia, that's where you see.
Yeah. When I went to Virginia, I went to Virginia quite a bit, but specifically when I went to Springfield for my training for Xerox, then I felt like I was, and then what's that? My names are failing me. Rockville and Silver Spring. Stuff like that. You see them a lot, but it was all good.
So right there in PG County, and it's a
Prince George's County, baby.
And I like it. That's why I still live here, because of the ratio of Black people. I think it's like no more than like 12% white. And
it's a beautiful state. Are you originally from Maryland, Gwen?
No, I'm from the South, from the Midwest and South. Won't say specifically, but I'm from somewhere else. But when
I'm originally from Chicago. I'm Midwest. Cook County Hospital.
I've been to Chicago.
That's what's up. You know what's up.
I even know somebody born in the Cook County Hospital. That's one of the premier hospitals where Black people were born. Really.
Yeah. It's an honor. I appreciate it more as I got older. And all of that. I wear it as a badge of honor. To just to be, and my mother is buried in Chicago. So, and I still have family there that I haven't seen since I was a child, when we moved. But yeah, that's where my roots are, Chicago. That's it. And my father was from the South, and my father was from Arkansas, and my mother was from Memphis. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I have to look at my birth certificate sometime to remember that.
Well, you sound like the most black people where they got roots all over the country. We're busy folk. We're
Yeah,
down.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You know, and going back to the northern migration, so that our movement has roots in that even. It's why we are from so many, have ties to a lot of places here. That plays a role as well. Black Beauty, I see you. Shout out to you. M. Flournoy, Floor MF. Shout out to you. Because I can't see it from here.
I'm reading the
Uh,
chat.
yeah. Um, yeah, I can't see it.
And you're typing, hi, Cheryl.
But you're more than welcome to stay on if you want, Gwen. It's up to you whenever. It's all good. And anybody else
Roe
that
v.
wants,
Wade.
yes, anybody else who wants to come in, you all can come in. It's easy as Gwen just demonstrated. It's nothing. You can just click on the link, and I'll see you backstage, and you can, do hair and makeup, and then I can bring you in.
I wanted to see what you thought of talk about Roe v. Wade with you for a second.
Well, first I want to play the "I Told You So" video because I
Okay.
told you all
You
back
did.
on May 6th. I was going to begin with the Michael Jackson thing, and maybe I still will, but I want to do this first
Go ahead.
because I told you so. Because I'll just show you what I said. I don't need to say it. I'll just show you what I said because why not?
Okay.
I always tell you guys, when anytime in this society, when they tell you something could happen or we don't know, it's already happened. Here's what I said to you on May 6th. Let me share. That's going to be, okay, share, pick a tab, pick, share. This is what I said to you on 6th May, because this was the Kevin Samuels video that I did. I was reacting to his passing, Rahimullah. And I also was talking about Roe v. Wade. In fact, the title of the video is Kevin Samuels Dies, Roe v. Wade, Hot Topics, The Jedi Speaks Live. Hear this now. And what makes it suspect and what I offer to you is my smoking gun for my theory. And what turned my head to it is that they're saying that there was a leak from the Supreme Court. A leak. A leak. As soon as I heard that, I spoke. The Supreme Court leak about Roe v. Wade is bullshit. They're definitely going to get rid of Roe v. Wade. Because I always tell you, if they're telling you about something, it's already done. It's already done. Roe v. Wade is over. It's over. It's over. And I'll play this back for you and tell you I told you so. So it's over. All right. But I didn't say that part. I did not go on to say. I say they definitely. They now. Hopefully that played.
Mm-hmm.
I said affirmatively, it's over. Roe v. Wade is over. It's over. It's over. And that was my response because the headline at that time was that there had been a leak from the Supreme Court. A leak from the Supreme Court that they could overturn Roe v. Wade. And I said to you, hold on. Well, I need that a little bit of volume because I can't hear anybody. Oh, but it's bleeding into the sound. That's why we get an echo. But anyway, and I challenged you. I said to you, when have you ever heard a leak from the Supreme Court? Like, you can give me, a leaked Kardashian video, a leaked, just anything leaked. We always have something that's leaked, but not since I've been alive have I heard of a leak from the Supreme Court. Never. Like, what's a leak from the Supreme Court? What is that? Because the Supreme Court is such a specific entity you know, and anybody that works for these judges, you know, the lawyers and interns, paralegals, you know, apprenticeships, whatever. These are all their staff and things like that. It's a very controlled group, you know, it's an entity of its own. And we've just never heard of a leak ever. I haven't. So I knew then Roe v. Wade is over. And what's the headline today?
It's gone.
Let's
They
switch over
overturned.
now.
It's done.
What is the headline today? I wonder what it's going to be. I wish I knew. I'll just have to look to see because there's no way I know. I wish I knew. Geez, I wish I knew. Let's see. I'll just look to see if I can find something because, let's see. What is today's headline? Share. Well, I'm not really ready, but this will work. Roe v. Wade. Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. Eliminates constitutional right to something. This is the Wall Street Journal. We'll click on that. What else do I? Well, we'll just click on the Wall Street Journal first, and make sure that I come and share that with you because if I don't, you won't have it. Are we Wall Street Journal? We're Wall Street Journal. Okay. Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, eliminates constitutional right to abortion. I said this to you on May 6th, June 24th. Over a month ago, I said to you affirmatively, Roe v. Wade is over, and I just played my evidence for you. And I said, I don't know if I let my video play long enough. I said, I'll come back and do my I told you so video. I hope I let that play. I won't know till I hear it back.
It played.
I did say it, Gwen?
Yes.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
And we can hear it.
So I told you I would come back and I will play this video and tell you I told you so. So I told you so. Not to boast or to brag or to seem brilliant, everybody, but I offer this because I'm always in a mode. I'm always in teach mode, share, teach, give. So I'm just trying to share with you what the owner of existence allows me to know. That's all, because all knowledge is with Allah. I don't know anything, not even my name. I don't know anything. Don't know anything unless the divine allows me to know it. This is no different. The divine has allowed me to be able to read the signs, to pay attention to my environment and see things as they are. And I want you to be able to do the same thing. So I'm trying to train your eye through my gift so you could see it already. How many times have I done this? 1,000,000 times over the years we've been together. I'll proclaim something and say, I'll come back and do my I told you so video. Long before the election, I said to you, Trump will be president. I did this when I lived at my other place. I remember the energy of that video because I did it from night into the next morning. And if we still had my old channel, you would see the daylight. At one point, one part of the video, it's nighttime. Next time, you can kind of tell it must be light outside. But I said, I'll come back and I'll do my I told you so video. But I laid out my entire case. It wasn't just like Trump will win. I laid out a very forensic pathology to make my case. Such was the case with Roe v. Wade. I said to you, I'm telling you this because when have you ever heard of a leak from the Supreme Court? I also cited that they always bring this vomit up every election cycle. Are you for or against abortion? What about abortion? I mean, I'm sick and tired of it. Since I've been alive, the issue is always abortion. And I'm over it. You know, that's between a woman and the creator of the heavens and the earth. No matter what we think of it, that's between her and him. That's it. Because even if she has the baby, that miracle is between that woman and God. That's the miracle that's happening. And she's participating in that miracle. So Roe v. Wade is over. So the court upholds law from Mississippi that bans abortion after 15 weeks, opens door to widespread prohibition on the procedure. Look, white heifers are in the street.
That's what I wanted to talk about.
What you say, Gwen?
I said that's what I wanted to talk about.
Talk to me.
Okay. I say that white women did this to themselves. They're so busy trying to set us up that they forgot to watch their own flank. I say that the people who voted against Roe v. Wade are the people that they put in office because they are actually the largest voting demographic in the country. Nobody is in office without the support of white women because they outnumber everybody. So they put these people in office. I think they were trying to set up black people. You know, they have all these things that they think black people won't overturn, like social benefits. They don't like black people having access to what they call
Right.
benefits. And so they're
Right.
so busy trying to set us up that they didn't watch who was really behind their back. And they did that to themselves.
The only thing that confuses me about this is that at the same time that they are hysterical and in a panic over their numbers, remember the Buffalo shooter shot up the tops allegedly because black people are trying to take over. And they're all worried about their numbers. So it seems antithetical that then you would ban abortion for Africa, that you would ban abortion for African people, because that's what they really want to do.
They're trying to control white wounds. They're trying to control white women's wounds.
They are trying to control white women's wombs, but you see the hypocrisy of it. Because if there's no abortion, we already take over. Our women have more babies than they have, even though there's more incidents of our women having deaths during birth and stuff like that.
They kill our babies in hospitals.
Say that?
I said that let me put it this way. I speculate and believe sincerely that they undermine the lives of our babies in the hospital and basically kill them in some manner or not in the hospitals because the mother and or the baby don't make it out of their life. So that's their way of either intentionally or subconsciously undermining their life. I wouldn't have a baby in a hospital if I was still fertile.
And what is the difference between a black woman giving birth to a baby and a white heifer giving birth to a baby? Why is that black woman more at risk than
they like to try to say it was prenatal care and the lack of this and lack of that, but these are women who have perfectly good care all along. But I say that it's the doctors and the nurses, really, because from what I understand, home births are significantly safer. They say that the data is right there when you have a baby at home with your family versus at the hospital, that the child lives and they live well. They get fine. The mother and child survive.
And I think also in that, I don't know if I did it in the video, I just played the clip of mine. I think I referred a link to everybody, this documentary about it's about childbirth and breastfeeding, and because I was railing against formula and why aren't women breastfeeding and all of this, but to your point that you were just making about the mother and the baby being healthier if they have the birth at home and stuff like that, you know, that's the best thing. And even in Africa, many places in Africa, that's how they still do. You just have the baby at home. That's just it. Like, just have the baby at home. You good. You know,
breast milk. That's what the breasts are for. What is the thing about the formula? That blows my mind too. You already got milk sacks on your new baby for your new baby. What the heck are you worried about?
Not to mention all the chemicals that are in the formula that you don't know that are already probably predisposing your baby to drug abuse and alcoholism and all kinds of other disease and ailments and stuff. I mean, the breast milk is everything on earth. It's the most powerful thing that you could give your child. I don't understand. I mean, some of my women have made the point that, some women are unable to. I know there's going to be a number. That's fine. So we're not talking about them.
Compared to this.
Huh?
I'm saying that it's going to be a minute number who are the women who can't breastfeed.
Right.
Minute.
Yeah.
That's
That's
not.
going to be a
That's not.
small number. It's
And
not
it
the
still blows
majority.
my mind.
It's not the majority. And
Right.
most women can and should breastfeed.
I mean,
You know,
nature designed it that way.
that's it.
I don't.
Every other animal, when I get stuck sometimes for several hours watching cat videos or dog puppies or zebras or giraffes and stuff. I mean, but you see these puppies or kittens, they come out, eyes
They
closed.
cry looking for it.
They just came out and they going for that titty.
Yes, they are.
Immediately they know. They know immediately. And in this documentary that I mentioned, one of the things they show is that when you take the baby out and put it directly on the mother, you don't need to take it away to the ICU and all this stuff. You put that baby right on that mama.
You
And I
wouldn't
forget
do
what
it.
time frame they give, but the baby comes up and latches onto the breast automatically. The human baby does that. That's everything, man. That's everything to me. That's everything. I love that so much. I
That's
love
food.
that.
They're trying to they're trying to do what they're designed to do. The
Right.
baby looking for their food so that they can finish nourishing their body. And it's going to
Right.
be like that for several months, looking for
Right.
the food, the right food to feed it. And no hormones, no additives, no
And you
weird
have
junk
a
that they
better
done mixed
baby
up.
that's not as agitated. The baby is more calm. They
Yes,
don't cry as much. They're peaceful, and the baby lets the mother know when it needs to eat. So
yes,
she's more in tune with, it's a rhythm. It's a whole spiritual thing. The connection with the mother and the child is not just you came from me. Is a whole. Your spirit is connected. Your
yes.
spirit is connected to your mama.
It's
Your
supposed to be.
spirit. This is one
It's
of the reasons why I feel like I will always have this hole in my heart. My mom passed away when I was 6 months. I spent the first year of my life in the hospital. No matter what I've accomplished and done in life or things I've experienced and places I've been and done, there's still that thing that I just know is missing. What would mom say? What would mom say?
I absolutely believe you. I believe
Wow.
you, and I get it. Because
Uh, Go ahead, speak, Gwen. I'm just looking at some of the
okay,
comments
I was
here.
saying I absolutely believe you about that, and I get it. There's it because there's nothing to be can replace it. They say that the areola, the little bumps around the nipple, read the baby's saliva so that they can modify the chemical compounds that they secrete to the child.
Wow. Wow. And one of the things that I also learned from, they might have been that documentary, was that whatever's going on with your baby, if they got anything ill with them, something, that milk adjusts to that. So that
Yes,
milk that comes out of your breast is just for your baby.
yes,
It's just for your baby. And to piggyback on what you just said about the bumps around the areola. Yes.
yes.
You see, divine,
That's heaven
divinity.
making a plan. Whatever you call your creator, it is carefully designed and we are adapted for that. And
That's it.
so, talking about baby formula missing, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the
Right.
ones who can't breastfeed ought to use a formula, but the rest of the women have got built in formula
Right.
that nature
Right.
gave them.
And I've seen videos on, I didn't click on them, but I've seen they got some videos showing women how to make their own formula, a formula for a baby at home. So even if you're one of the women who just can't breastfeed, then that would be make your own, make it.
Hmm.
Don't let Bill Gates make your damn formula.
That's right.
Or, yeah, is it Bill Gates?
Any
Yeah,
of them. Don't
it's a
don't let
problem.
Don't let a corporate America make nothing if you can help it.
Right, right, right. Because the best way to rope your child in, to rope you as a human being, is to get you as a child. They get you as a child. How long have I lectured about, preparing your baby's ear for the white man? All the toys, the cartoons, the
Hmm.
speaking toys, all of them are white voices. So your child don't ever hear your voice. That's why you can have your mom and them talk like they from the South or something. The child talks like this. Oh my God, Dad. Like dad becomes a 2-syllable word. I'm over it. I can't. Um, Cheryl says, please visit an ear, nose, and throat specialist for your ear, brother. I know that ear problem can be extremely annoying. It's very annoying. Oh my gosh, Cheryl, don't even tell me. You don't even
I
want to know.
suspect it is a throat problem that you just probably fighting an upper respiratory infection, and your lips are swelling, and that kind of affects your ear because it makes it close
It's
up.
so random. Like it's random. It's random.
It could be pollen out there.
Uh, Cheryl, Michael Joseph Jackson, rest in peace. Yes. And this is the 13th anniversary of his death, by the way. Jedi, let me give you your flowers right now. M. Flournoy, I'm glad you're doing this tribute. Um, Allison says, hi, Gwen.
Hey, Allison.
Um, James, thank you, Jedi. I was on the phone with her bank and they asked me, was I and my mom related to the Jacksons? Did they really ask you that? Thumbs up from Kingsback. Uh, Black Beauty always, shout out to you if I didn't shout you out already. James, I thought when I was younger and still I thought I was when I was younger and still consider myself a distant cousin. Well, just the fact your last name is Jackson says something, James, because we didn't come here as Jacksons. There's no Jacksons in Africa. No Jacksons. We won't have that. We won't have that. So your name connotes that's your last name is the name of a slave owner. So of course there's some relation because we didn't come up with the name Jackson. They did. So yes, it's very possible that somewhere, if you do enough going back, you could find a connection. Absolutely. Absolutely. Before I came to Earth, our last name was Robinson. Michelle LaVon Robinson. She looks like my third to the oldest sister, Jamila. She looks just like my sister, Jamila. Jamila's not as tall as Michelle. And Michelle's from the South Side of Chicago like us. I know I'm related to that woman. I know it. There's no question. I know I'm related to Michelle LaVon Robinson, Obama. I know it. 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 Ray Charles was named Ray Charles Robinson. My father and Ray Charles look alike. My father taught himself to play guitar. Ray Charles taught himself to play piano. When they met, Ray Charles didn't like everybody at all. He was kind of a diva and kind of an icicle. He and my father were like this, like this. They got on like just brothers, and their last name was Robinson. It's before I came to Earth. I was born Muslim, and so my last name is not Robinson. But I just offer that because yes, Jackson definitely, you very well could be related. Allison, you used to have a Skype and wanted people to put up a photo on their YouTube. That's exactly right, Allison. Cheryl says, shout out to Gwen. Says, hello, good sister. Florney says, I get canceled too much to keep up with images. I get canceled. Chicago in 2. Inglewood, you better go, M. Um, let's see, Cheryl, we enjoyed your presence. Gwen B, good evening, sister, from Simply Sandra. Shout out to you if I didn't already. A test balloon is more like it. Propaganda gone wild. I think I followed you, Florny. Andrea Smith, shout out to you. Oh, come on, Andrea. You got to click the link. It's in the chat.
Go scroll all the way up to the top.
Yeah, go all the way. Scroll to the top and you'll see the link, Andrea. I may still have it in my thing. Let me right click and see if it's there. It is here. I'll put it in the chat again.
Okay. I'm getting ready to pop off and watch in the chat room because I'm trying to read and talk and listen. So
you get a little taste of my world. Because I got to try to be present for my audience, but I'm trying to read the comments, but I want to get to my topic. It's a shell game.
Thank y'all for listening to me, and Jedi, it was good to see you. I'm enjoying the show.
From my soul to yours, I love you, Gwen, and I thank you so much. And I'm honored and deeply honored that you came on to have this moment with me. Remember, we only have one life to live. You could be gone in the next 2 minutes. I could be gone in the next 2 minutes, but we've shared this moment, and that matters. That's why I bitch about it so much. Why you've heard me say I like to be connected to people. I don't see how people can be on social media and they just got a bunch of letter thumbnails of people they don't ever know or see or interact with. We got one journey, everybody. We're not doing this again. We don't get to do this. You got to cherish this time, and you got to use it wisely. Don't waste time. I'll just say that. So thank you, Gwen. I love you. Thank you so much.
And I believe every word you just said. I do believe you love me, and I love you too.
From the heart. What comes from the heart reaches the heart. I live by that. And I never utter anything if it's not from my soul.
I see. That's clear. Okay. I'm jumping out.
All right.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you. Florny, I appreciate those like you. I am saddened when people don't listen even after we've experienced so much grief. Yes, sir, I don't sponsor abortion, but I can understand how women feel about bringing a child into a hell-filled world. We have to do better in our support. That's true. And then add to that, you have a lot of Black women who don't even want to get pregnant because they could potentially have a boy, and they have to worry before the child even comes if their child's going to get shot down and all this sort of thing. I mean, it's a few things, but at the end of the day, what I am firm about, even as a man, no woman wants to get rid of their child just to get rid of their child. I'm clear about that. I'm clear about that because Allah doesn't just prepare the woman's body when they tell you, Miss So-and-so, you're pregnant. He's prepared your soul, your very, the DNA of your cells. Everything is preparing for this miracle, this life the soul to be entered into you. It's divine on a level I can't even, there's no words for it. It's divine. It's divine. So when a woman has made the decision to give up that child, I know that's deeply personal. I at least know that. And that I don't have any excess over there. That's her lane, and that's her lane. And I don't get to be in it. That's between her and God. That's it. That's it. That's it. And I suggest to you, one of the reasons why they want to do this is because they claim there's such a high rate of Black women that have abortions more than white heifers. They're the ones telling it, so we don't know if it's true. But if that's true, then the next thing to follow, well, I guess this legislation probably does it, is to criminalize it. And there'll be some harsh penalties. If you have an abortion or you go and get it, they're going to come up with something harsh. It's another way to attack something of the Black community. That I know. I haven't worked it all out. That's the inspiration I have. And that will develop that as we go forward. I want to come to my Michael Jackson. Jedi, the number of women who can't breastfeed is a large number. Please understand it is half, if not most. I don't believe that, Allison, and we can fight. But I'll tell you why I don't believe that. And why I could allow it. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. But where that can be true, I am willing to believe, because I put no evil past this white devil. So much is being done to women now. You're wearing mascara, you're wearing makeup and foundation and moisturizers. I don't know all the stuff that women use on themselves. Not before we get to the hair products. And a lot of that stuff could be toxic. You know, the feminine products that women are using, you know, could be toxic, could be something that they have set up. So to start to begin to kill off your ability to breastfeed. I'm willing to come with you on that, you know, so that if the number is what you say it is, then I would attribute it to some evil, because Allah does not send a child to the earth that's not going to be able to be nourished by its mother unless man has intervened. Do you understand? I believe that, man. I believe that. You go on, you say the human population is sick from the food we eat. There, I'm with you. Florney, humans, it just jumped. Humans, where you at? Damn, it jumped. Florney. Humans are the only ones that drink another, I think you mean another animal's milk. That's true. That's true. All the other animals, they nurse for a short period and they're over it. They're over it. They boo-boo don't stank. Wow. Allison to Florney. That's also to Florney. Wow, Gwen, that's to Gwen. You know, I need to start clicking on these so I can read them easier. And where are the videos of breastfeeding? There's that detail. Anjane 23, shout out to you, Queen Jedi. I'm so happy to see you. Just finished exercising. That's what's up. James Scorpio, Jedi, yes, they did. It was all in fun. Okay. I love when I'm on the phone with any company or corporation and then they go, did you have any more questions for us? And I go, yeah. Has Oprah sent you a check for me? I do that all the time. Wallahi. Florney, yep. We's all from the plantation. That's so hideous and perfect. Andrea, I put the link again for you, or anybody that wants to come into the chat. You could come in live. You just click on the link and I'll get a notice backstage and I can put you on whenever you're ready to go on. Yes, the benevolent saint named Michael Jackson. Rest in power. Oh, damn it, it jumped. I don't know where I'm at. I think this is it. Allison, exactly, Jedi. So let's add toxic substances to food and stress. We can fight. I'll get my receipts. This country alone is poisonous and anti-life. It's so true. It's so true. Gwen, you say a woman's womb is her whole body. That's the truth. It's the entire temple. I want to come back to that, everybody, because I was going to read the details of the ruling, but I don't know if we really need it. I don't know if we need it. Just so we have the education. We'll just quickly scan this one article from the Wall Street Journal, because as I say, I want to the anniversary of Michael's death is tomorrow, but I may not feel like it tomorrow. Or something could happen, where I something comes up and I can't do it, or just anything, and I just thought, I have the energy now. Let me go live right now. Do this right now. So right now. And this is the 13th anniversary of the death of Michael Jackson. Wow. How long have we been on? All right, we're going to move to Michael and we'll come back to Roe. I want to say this. There's a link I'm going to put in the chat of, because every once and again I do scour around to see if there's some other new documentary or something on Michael. Oh, by the way, you guys, recently I did a piece on Elvis, because there's this new Elvis movie that's coming out, and I was ranting on about Elvis is nothing. I gave you receipts showing you that Elvis never even had a passport. He never performed or toured outside the United States. Essentially, he was nothing but a Vegas act and a mediocre actor in screen and television. He had no Grammys for his music, only for he only had 3 Grammys, and that was for gospel albums. It was not for any of the stuff that anybody would know. 3 Grammys, that's it. That's it. He was nobody, he was nothing. I played the trailer for the movie. You can always play a trailer. That's fair use. It's public domain. That's why they put out trailers. They want to promote. Don't you know they gave me a copyright claim on the fucking Elvis trailer? Because I wasn't singing the praise of Elvis. That's why. Because Elvis, I say again, Elvis was nothing. 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 There's no, and I challenged you. I said, when we're done, go and do a search. Just put in little kid imitating Elvis Presley. Nothing will come up. Just nothing will come up. Go do it for yourself. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to the Jedi. And then go and put in little kid imitating Michael Jackson. And pages, you can't get through it. These are kids now who weren't even alive at the time Michael even lived, who are bringing him to life and are influenced and vexed by his energy and his entertainment. Nobody's doing that for Elvis. Nobody. So this link, before we start in, I want to put this link and make you aware of this link called Michael Jackson Entering Neverland. And I only watched it because I thought, okay, they're going to talk shit about Michael and I'm going to have to fight somebody yet again. But alas, they were very generous. And, okay, I need to copy. It's only, it's just under a half hour long. And
I am particularly upset by the handling of this election.
Okay, copy URL. I'm putting it in the chat. Link to Michael documentary. There, it's in the chat. And And also, we learned that today is the day that the Elvis movie comes out. That's what we learned when we covered it the other day. 1 second, y'all. And I turn on the air too. I want you guys to tell me how it's affecting you. Don't hold back. Why did I get this? Oh my God, I just lost my train of thought. Anyways, we learned that the Elvis movie was coming out today. In that documentary, what is going on? Don't tell me this is dead. Oh my God, I can't. Also, James and anybody else, if you search my channel here, you'll see that I've done many pieces on Michael over the years. Some really in-depth pieces, especially when I did the piece, because I was just sick and tired of people talking about this Beatles catalog, this Beatles catalog. It wasn't a Beatles catalog. Damn. The Beatles had, there's something like 70,000 songs, some outrageous number that is in this catalog. It's everybody. He owned everybody. Everybody. And the Beatles, I think, are maybe 200 songs. So they're just a part of a greater catalog. It's not the Beatles catalog. That's too limiting. So I did a whole piece breaking down what Michael owned. It's here on the channel. I break down everything that Michael owned. And also I dispelled this claim that he was broke. It's not possible. All they could give us, and we went through that forensically, all they could give us was $10,000 a night hotels. That meant nothing. Excuse me, $10,000 is nothing for Michael Jackson. And a lot of people, quite frankly, but particularly Michael. $10,000 is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. And you must understand that when Michael Jackson goes to a hotel, he can't just check into room 35 or some shit. Like, he has to take out the entire floor above him and below him and the floor that he's on because he's Michael Jackson. Because you got the press trying to get to him, you got fans trying to get to him, crazy people trying to get to him. He's highly protected, you know? And so usually there's security floors above him and below him, and he's the only person on his floor. So that he can roam the halls if he wants to, even, you know? Like, I mean, you can't stay at the hotel like most people. You can't. It can't do anything like most people could do it. But in this link that I put in the chat for that short documentary, like I said, it's only a half hour, but there's a lot packed into it. One of the things that I found glaring was Wade Robson has done interviews by himself, trying to claim he suddenly remembered he was molested by Michael. But the Safe Chuck dude has never been interviewed by himself. I didn't know that. Never been interviewed by himself. Every time he's been interviewed, he's hugged up at the side of the Wade Robson bastard. You know. He's so abused. But there he was at my wife's tribute to Michael of MTV, danced in the tribute to Michael, and when you watch the behind the scenes, He's putting on those socklet things that they, it goes through the thumb. Yeah, like, there's a strap, like a piece of material here, and then it covers the arm up to like the elbow, and it has the buckles on it, like Michael wore in like the Bad video, the buckles. He goes, I just wanted to wear something just so he's close to me, just feeling his presence. Because you want to always feel the presence of someone who molested you, apparently, according to Wade Robson, not the Jedi. So, just not understanding. Not understanding. I don't know where I'm at, y'all, so just forgive me. I'll just pick up here. Florny, you say, I'm not particularly a fan, girl, or of anyone, but Michael was a real dude with a heart as big as the world. He was smart, he knew the game, but his problem was believing white people, I hope you mean. Yeah, there's way too many white people around Michael. Way too many white people. Way too many white people. And too many white children on top of it, He didn't know the white man is the devil. He didn't know that. And when you're at a level of Michael Jackson, there's nothing but devils. Nothing but devils. And Zionists that I saw when in Spike Lee's 25 of the 25th anniversary of Bad. There's Martin Scorsese. Jackson came in, and he said Jackson came in, and I told Jackson so and so, and Jackson this, not like Michael Jackson or Mr. Jackson. And Martin Scorsese is about this tall. That might be too much, but he's about this tall. A Zionist, fucking stinking ass Zionist. But he thinks he's, when Michael Jackson's name and face is known in every corner of this thing called Earth. Nobody knows Martin Scorsese. Don't know him. Don't know him. Don't know him. Don't know him. You go on. No, this is somebody, hey ho. It is hard for me to support Michael Jackson because hey ho, first of all, my moderators get rid of hey ho, and hey ho, die off, bitch, because you're obviously a white devil, and you don't remember also that there was a trial. So Michael Jackson was found not fucking guilty, and the only people who want to ignore verdicts from courts of law is white people. You see, Elvis was also a pedophile. You understand? Priscilla was 14 when he was having sex with her. 14. You understand? Michael Jackson was not guilty of anything at all, but not hating the fuck out of white people and loving children too much. That was his crime. So get rid of this hey-ho person. Moderators, can you do that for me? Cheryl, those white supremacists are celebrating the tragic deaths of Michael Jackson. This is how sick the bastards are. Yeah, because white people don't, you haven't and you won't ever produce anything greater than us. But certainly as it relates to somebody like Michael Jackson, you don't have a Michael Jackson. You don't. That's why you keep trying to vomit up this Elvis and the Beatles, which they wish they had a career like Michael. They wish. Listen, Michael Jackson is the most famous human being ever recorded in human history. That's not an exaggerated statement. He's the most famous human being ever recorded in human history. Not even prophets from God can make the claim. And the greatest entertainer the world has ever known. That's it. That's it. Try going any place in the world and show a picture of Elvis, and they won't know anything. Show them a picture of Michael Jackson. I don't care what language they speak, they can say Michael Jackson. Doesn't matter. Miss Christie, shout out to you. I'm probably missing some of these comments, y'all, because this thing is jumping like I don't know what. I'll come back up. Let me just go to the bottom and work my way up. Simply Sandra, well, that's to show. Mode or culture. You say, let me click on it so I can just, right. Because once I click on it, then I don't care if it's jumping over there, at least it's stationary here. All right, the murdered, they murdered our beloved Michael. Oh my God, dear God, why? Just why? Something, shame, he didn't bother nobody his whole life. He enjoyed entertaining us, and that is how he left this earth. He didn't deserve that. It's such a loss. Like Gwen, you say Muhammad Ali and Michael Jackson are recognized worldwide to this day. That's the truth. But certainly Michael over Muhammad, that's just the truth. But Muhammad Ali is widely known and respected. You know, the world is just not the same. I don't. Michael Jackson's been on Earth since I've been alive, since before I was alive. How is he not like? I don't know how to say it. Like, just I don't know. Like, you never imagined that the world would exist without him. I think that's what I'm trying to say. You know. Hey, I thought I told you guys get rid of this hey-ho person who was a white devil. Motoculture. It's not even think. Remember, Michael had a white jury, a white judge, a white prosecutor in a white Republican county. An all-white jury said nothing to see here. It doesn't get any more not guilty than that. That's it. That's it. So I'm not understanding, because when you, let's say you're charged with murder and you have a trial and they go, well, you're not guilty, you get to go free. But in the minds of sick ass white people, you still go to jail, even though they just said you're not guilty. Oh, unless it's one of their white ass. You see? So we don't care, because Michael belongs to us. He didn't belong to them. He had a black mama and a black daddy. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jackson was ours. You understand? He was ours. We shared him with the world. Michael Jackson was ours. I love that Jamie Foxx said that when BET had their tribute right after he died. And Jamie Foxx said, he goes, now, you know, they already trying to do a job. They're already starting already. He was talking about the media and white people in general. Already trying to start bullshit, you know, tainting his legacy and trying to control the narrative. He's like, no, Michael was ours. He's ours, and we shared him with the world. He's ours. He's ours. And that's what it is. Michael Jackson was ours. And no one will or has produced anything greater. Just haven't. Just haven't. But I brought you to digress on what I was saying earlier. I brought you that thorough piece on what Michael owned and I also demonstrated to you. I said, show me anything extravagant from this man. Show me. Show me. You can't find a single picture of Michael in a ring, a necklace, a chain, earrings, Versace, anything Dior, anything fancy. We don't have it. We don't have it. Show me now his collection of expensive cars. We don't have it. Show me anything extravagant. Michael Jackson, when he wasn't on stage or doing something official, that's when he would gussy up. Especially if he's performing, he's going to give everything to his fans. The best. It's got to be the best. But when he's off stage, he looks like the Goodwill child. He's in those same ass penny loafers. I brought you videos here on the channel. There he is out at Neverland. In those penny loafers, in the pool, running around, playing water balloons. In those same penny loafers. Not some fancy Michael Jordans or Yeezys. No. We don't have any images of this man in anything fancy at all. Yet, we do have the evidence of the millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that he gave away. That he gave. Do you understand? When he went on tour, literally in his tour schedule, every place he went, there had to be a hospice, a burn center, a hospital for children, something where he would go unannounced, show up with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gifts and toys, and go there and stay for many hours and spend with the patients, adults and children. That's who he was, man. That's who he was, dude. That's who he was. That's who he was. I always tell you, show me where somebody spends their time and their money, and I'll show you who they are. You don't got to tell me shit else. Just tell me where they spend their time and their money. You don't have to tell me their name, their age, where they live, who their family is. I want to know where they spend their time and their money, and I'll tell you who they are. That's 100%. And this is how Michael Jackson spent his time and his money. You know, I got the whole children's thing because I love children. I'm still a kid. I'm not letting go of my childhood. I don't need to. I don't need to let go of the child in me. I'm still the same human being. Why do I need to change? Why? I don't need to. So I'm happy to still get in the dirt and fight over toys with little kids and all of that. But I shared with you, I said, if you're somebody that likes video games, like I'm not into video games, I don't play video games, I don't own any video games, it's not my world. So I wouldn't be the person for somebody who likes video games to hang out with. I'm not their dude. Michael Jackson enjoyed all that stuff. Food fights, stink bombs, egg fights, and, water balloons, and just all this kid stuff. Adults aren't going to do that with you. And if they do, it's probably going to be maybe 5 minutes and they got to go. They ain't really into it. Kids will go for hours and eating candy and stuff. That's life, man. So, yeah, hang out with the kids. You feel me? I told you guys when I was a teenager, I think I was a sophomore already. I was a sophomore already in high school. But my two best friends were a 7 and a 10-year-old named Michael and Giovanni. Those are my best friends, man. I'm a grown-ass teenager, past puberty and all of that. But those are my best friends. These two little kids. In fact, little Giovanni, I think he was still on a diaper and everything. But those are my friends. And we used to play. They never could say my name because my name is Arabic. So they would just come over and knock. And, you know, my stepmom or my dad would answer the door and be like, hey, can he play? Because I had the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. I had the Millennium Falcon and some of the action figures. And they had some other Star Wars stuff. So we would play Star Wars together, you know. Those are my best friends, man. You know, I didn't have kids that were my age at that time that I would consider like my good friends. Like these little boys were my good friends. So I could totally relate to that. Like age, it's state of mind and it's where your heart is. So yes, I could see even when Michael was in his 40s, a 40-something-year-old man out playing with kids and really into it. I can see that. It's all about not being jaded. When you let a soul live its authenticity and doesn't get imprisoned by the poison of humanity, you'll see a different expression of a human being, you know? A different expression, and that's what we saw in Michael. He was just pure-hearted in a way that's foreign to humanity, you know? Think about that. Why should that be foreign? That should be the standard, the norm, not something bizarre, you know? And there's no blueprint for that level of fame. Like anybody that you know that's famous or ever known or will know, that's all under Michael Jackson. And secretly, there was a lot of people that were glad he was gone, that were like in the industry. Because think about it, you're an artist. And you know, no matter how good your album is, it will be second to Michael Jackson. It was like Michael Jackson and then everybody else. Literally. I wish that was an overstatement. It's not. Think about the year he won the 8 Grammys just for Thriller. Everybody in that audience, no matter how they clapping, you know, it was mad as shit. You're not going to win. Every time he comes with a new album, it's a world premiere video. Literally, stores close down. Traffic turns into it turns into like Christmas Day outside. People are, because there was no internet, so you had to take your bitch ass to the house to watch whatever was happening. Literally, I mean, it would change everything, dude. Like, just when he released a new album or a new video, it was an event. Beyonce just dropped something in stealth the other day that I just found out about. You know, like, I can't with her mysterious ass. But I'm saying that. It went by, nobody cared. I didn't. And I think I found out by accident. Like something, yeah, I don't know how I know. But that's where the state of things are now. But when Michael Jackson released anything, it was a world event. You know, look at history. It's a whole trailer for just to announce history. Those weren't CGI. First of all, the helicopters and the statue, all that shit is real. And then the soldiers, when you see for as far as I can see, it's soldiers. And then the music, and then boom, there's I think there's a close-up of Michael, then you see that black with the silver shit. Oh my God, he looked amazing. The boots, and you're like, oh my God. But all the fucking people behind those were real extras, homie. Real ass people, not like, let's get 10 people, hire them, and then CGI the rest of the shit. Nah, that was people in uniform and all the shit. There was nobody. The scale of his fame is mind-boggling. You have to be a different human being to deal with that. Anybody else would have been full of themselves, full of an ego. We never heard any reports of Michael being full of himself, being a diva, ordering people around. He was difficult to work with. None of that. We don't have any of that. Any of it. Any of it. This man was probably the closest to a human saint you're going to get to. I think that's true. It's true. He was so humble and you know, it's interesting how our worlds have come so close. Because I told you guys I impersonated Michael for many years and made quite a bit of money doing it. But I've met his mother. I have her autograph now to this day, in fact. By the way, you guys haven't given me any feedback on this air conditioner. I don't know if we good or not. Let me see. Gwen says you could tell he's a very shy person. Mode or culture, you say they don't think how that hurts his feelings really bad, knowing he got a thing about how he looks. The hating bastards don't talk about his face. It's like, so what? Not sure they just read their monoculture. It's a little scattered for me. Proofread so that I can represent you when I read it out loud. Shout out to Gary Taylor. Time to have an MJ museum. Yes, it's a very good idea. Good idea, Gary. Like, why isn't there a Michael Jackson museum already? And speaking of his look, though, to your comment, motoculture, I can tell you Michael Jackson was physically beautiful. There's no other word to describe it. I saw this man 3 times with my own eyes. I saw him. I saw Michael Jackson. And I thought his mom's autograph was in here. I must have put it in something else. But I will tell you, the first time that we went to the concert, you know, I wasn't real familiar with stadiums and venues. And it wasn't like now you can just Google the venue and know all the shit and all that. So when we got there, we got binoculars because we don't know, we don't need them. But I can tell you, man, even though we could see Michael with our own eyes, I still look through the binoculars. I get chills telling this. He was beautiful. He was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was like, there's no video, there's no picture I've ever seen that captures it. He was beautiful. His skin, and I'm talking about beige Michael, like not the later years where he just kind of let the vitiligo just come through, but the beige Michael when they were still, I think, kind of controlling it with makeup or whatever. But his skin looked like porcelain. It was just, it was smooth as porcelain. I don't know any other way to, like, it's like it wasn't even porous. It was so smooth. And his eyes were so kind, like a fixed kind. His smile was joyful. When you just, when you see a video or something or performance, he's moving. But when you're at the concert, there's times when he's going to stop and you're going to just, and he's just doing stuff, or maybe they're taking his jacket off or something, and you're just watching the person. That's when you experience him really, you know. When you just see him walk from one place to the other, when it's not a song, you go, that's a black dude. That's a nigga right there, you know. When you see his movement in real life, some of the moves that he does, it's like you watching one of the brothers in the hood. Like he has these strong moments where you go, oh, that's a black dude. That's a hood ass dude right there. Like it's hard to explain it to you, but his smile, man, was like, I can't describe it. It's, I don't know. It was just so physically beautiful that you weren't prepared for that. You know, you thought, I've seen Michael's picture, I've seen his videos, I know what Michael looked like. It's nothing until you see him. Even Oprah tells the story when she's talking about, she's remembering it after he died. She goes, and another thing she says, people don't really talk about it, but his hands were like you could see through them. Like you could see the veins and the tissues, like he was translucent. This is Oprah, go and watch it. So just like they don't tell that, they don't tell this. People don't talk about how beautiful he was. You can't, man. And then when you get to his concert, there's a little bit of angst that comes over you because you begin to realize, wait, Michael Jackson is actually here at this place that I'm at. Like, he got to come on that stage. I paid my money. My tickets say Michael Jackson on it. Michael gonna come on that stage. So you begin to, yeah, Michael is here. The house lights are still up. And Michael doesn't come on stage until every seat is full. So you almost can't be late for a Michael Jackson concert. You almost can't be. And when the lights go out, you just hear the place go up. You can't even hear yourself breathe. It's so loud. Then this loud ass vibration, the stage opens. You see shadows come up because they're lit from the back with smoke. You don't know which one is Michael. You just see shadows. And then the stage closes. It's still very smoky. It's still shadows because they're lit from the back. So you just see in silhouette. But as the fog begins to clear, you think you kind of see that's Michael. You think you kind of see the ponytail. You don't know. Then out of nowhere, at the same time he points, is the same time the light hits him, is the same time you hear the downbeat. It happens as one thing. And then the decibels behind you go up another gazillion, thousand, gazillion, billion. Like people just scream, you feel this rush of just scream come past you. It's like nothing I've ever experienced, dude. You don't know the human beings can make that much noise. Like human beings can make that much noise. And he explodes. It's like he's electric. He feels electric when you see him move. When you watching him with your own eyes, not distorted through a camera lens. You're seeing the human being himself. He's electric. I can't describe it. He's electric. It's like he's charged with, you could almost just see. Zzz, 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 zzz. It feels like that. He's so explosive. Every move, you hear his voice so clear. With this, so clear, you can hear every breath. Michael was very big on his sound. Because he wasn't just, he gave you everything. He wanted to give you the vocal experience, the audio experience, but the visual as well, you know. And you just couldn't believe you were watching him sing to you. It's transporting, man. Here's one reason why I hate that Michael is gone. Because there's several generations now of human beings, I was going to say children, but of human beings that will never witness this miracle almost, this gift, this special human being that God sent to earth. You know, he was really something, y'all. I'm a man of many words, and I'm fighting to find the right words to express what's in my mind to you right now. He was electrical in a way that I can't describe, and his singing and dancing was effortless. Effortless. It was effortless. And then one thing I was also struck by, if anybody sees this or is here now and you see this later or whatever, and you had a chance to experience him, testify to this thing I'm going to say next. All 3 times I saw him, what I was struck by was after last curtain call, when he's done, and he's leaving, that's it, no more. I think it was after Bad or Man in the Mirror. When you know it's over, the house lights are coming on, nobody's really talking. It's kind of quiet. And people just kind of look at each other like, because you realize it's quiet. And so you look at other people to see if are they realizing that this is awkward, that it's quiet. I don't know if they put something in the air. I don't know, but it's like you leave. Every time I left his concert, I left feeling like, whoa, what did we just see? What did we just see? What did we just see, you know? I've been to concerts, you know, and none of them are like that, where people are leaving just kind of looking at each other like, what did we just see, you know? He was like nothing else. I saw recently, I think I knew this already, and it might be in the documentary that I put the link for in the chat. This was a few years before Michael passed away or was murdered. They closed down some grocery chain, paid everybody for the day, you know, because their grocery stores closed, like a major chain. Hired extras to be in the store, closed it all down, just so Michael could go in like a regular person, just to experience what it's like to walk into a grocery store and just walk around the aisles looking at stuff and taking stuff off the shelf. It almost made me cry, man. Because that's what his world was. I was at the grocery store earlier today. It's nothing. Okay, TMZ was running after me, but that's something else. Settle down. um, just so he could experience what it's like to just walk into the store, get a shopping cart, and just start meandering down the aisles. Because from the time he was a child, every time you meet humanity, they're screaming your name at you. You know, not, hey, what's up, man? Oh, and just kind of, no, he never got that. It's thousands of people screaming your name at you. That was his existence. My ex-girlfriend that I told you guys, we knew she would become friends with Michael at some. We knew she would meet him someday, and sure enough, she did, and became friends with him. And then her and her son start going to Neverland and all that. But one of the first times that she met him was outside of Neverland, and there wasn't a lot of them out there. So when Michael's limousine was pulling in, one of the security got out and came across the street and said, "You guys, Michael wants you, says you could come in, So they got into the limousine, but instead of going through the gates at Neverland at that moment, they went to Toys R Us. They closed it down. And while they were in there shopping, then eventually word got out, and then it was a scandal, and that's why that lady, there's a video here on the channel, there's a white lady that she worked at Toys R Us, and she was telling the story of meeting Michael, and I was connecting those things. I think that's probably when my ex-girlfriend was at the Toys R Us, because anyways, I lined it up in that video. But this was like a dignitary or a president or greater than that. Because when dignitaries and presidents or world leaders go someplace, they have a security detail. Even our own president of this bitch, there's an advanced team that goes. I was in the earthquake here in California in 1994, and I can tell you that a week before Clinton came here, the Secret Service was on the ground. Like, they were on the ground. Their presence was felt. And this was all to set the stage for the president to come and visit. But when a president or a dignitary goes any place, nobody is trying to get at them and screaming their name. So Michael's detail is going to be way more than any of these bastards. Do you understand? Because people physically want to get to him out of love and just to see his image, to see him, to say they laid eyes on him. Most people are happy if Obama's motorcade just goes by. Oh, I saw the motorcade, they wait. They're good. It's different for Michael Jackson. And when presidents and dignitaries go places, there aren't thousands of people underneath their hotel room screaming their name. Who do we want? Michael Jackson. When do we want him now? He never saw the front facade of most places that he went in life. He stayed at some of the best hotels, never saw the front entrance of it, never saw the lobby. Can't. You can't bring Michael Jackson. You can't just pull up to the curb and bring Michael to the front door. You can't. You can't. And we saw what happens when you do that, because when he visited Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in London, apparently they don't have a back way, not understanding that seems like a fire code violation. Somebody get on that. But you know what a regular sidewalk looks like. Just to get him from the sidewalk into the building was an event. An event. Like a sidewalk. What's the sidewalk? 3 or 4 people wide? Maybe. At the fat bitch. Maybe one more. I don't know. But just to get him across the sidewalk was a scandal. Just from the sidewalk, from the car, across the sidewalk, into the front of the building. That's it. That's all we need. That's all we need. And you see that footage, and you see people bracing, the security and some of the camera people bracing, like we could lose our life. The crunch of it, just that. Just that. The president always has some, area within which to walk. And there they were walking down Pennsylvania Avenue on Inauguration Day and stuff like that. He couldn't do that. He can't. He couldn't do any of that. Could not do any of that. Any place he goes, it shuts down. It's an event. Everything is an event with this dude. He couldn't do what anybody else could do. There's no handbook for that level of fame. No handbook. No handbook. And how do you remain inspired in that atmosphere to produce music and artistry, you know? But whatever, I always tell you, whenever Allah gives you anything, He gives you all the thing you need for that. You never get an incomplete set. James, you say, Jedi, I would like you to check out this video of a group of kids getting Who Is It in class, singing Who Is It in class. By the way, James, I was on the set of Who Is It. I can tell you, well, at least one portion of it. If you know, and you're a Michael Jackson fan, so you will know when I reference this. In Who Is It, there's a scene with a black limousine. That's a Cadillac limousine. That's not Michael. And that was shot at Culver Studios. How do I know? Because I was on the soundstage next door to it shooting a television miniseries called Lady Boss with my friend Vanity. And she kept coming over with these little tiny ass Oreos, these little tiny Ritz crackers with cream in the middle, like this food that we didn't have. I'm like, where are you getting that? And she kept saying, Michael's. So finally I go, Denise, what Michael? She goes, hello, Michael Jackson. What do you mean, Michael Jackson? He goes, he's shooting a video next door. I go, you have to get me on that damn set. My hand to Allah, I swear this. And by the way, my thing is mirrored, so I'm actually holding my right hand. My hand to Allah, the owner of existence. I went on that set. Michael wasn't there. But my friend Eric, who he goes by the name E. Casanova, his name is Eric Evans. He was standing in for Michael. That's who's in the Who Is It video. Most of the video is not Michael. They used Eric very heavily through that video. But that's just a little trivia for you on Who Is It. Cheryl, I have so many songs by Michael I want to play right now on YouTube. I have a lot of favorites. What is your favorite? You know, I tell you, one of my favorites is Jam. Nation to nation, all the world must come together, face the problems that we see, that maybe somehow we can work it out. I told my brothers, don't you ask me for no favors. I'm conditioned by the system. Don't you talk to me. Don't scream and shout. She prays to God, to Buddha, then she sings a Talmud song. Confusions contradicts the self. Do we know right from wrong? I just want you to recognize me in the temple. You can't hurt me. I found peace within myself. Go with it, Jam. I mean, the things he's saying, dude. And then one of the videos I have here on the channel, I break down another part of me. I'm telling you, Michael Jackson read everything. This is one of the many things that he and I shared, our intellectual curiosity. He read everything. He read it. You can hear it when I speak. I can reference across all types of topics when I speak because I read and learn stuff. I've always been that way because I grew up very sheltered. And most of the time in my house, the only thing there was to do was read. So Michael read everything. He was intellectually curious. And as I just lost my train of thought in the middle of telling you this. Wow. I was talking about Who Is It? Oh, Allahu Akbar. Knowledge is with Allah. Another part of me. I know that Michael had come to the understanding of us as a people, being the Israelites, the true people of the Torah, of Quran, of Scripture. It's us. And I believe I made a very good case of why another part of me is acknowledging our heritage as Israelites. I believe that, y'all. I believe that. And he is, it's almost like a kind shade to white folks. Let me see if I can pull up the lyrics. There's like a kind shade going on, you see. And he changes the lyrics, so whatever we read is probably not going to be, because if you hear him sing it and you go, that's not what the lyrics say, and if you look at the album, that ain't what it say. Like, oh, this. So I would just do one of the versions of what I know he said. You know, we're taking over. We have the truth. This is my mission to see it through. There is no danger. Wait, let me find it, y'all. Because remember, one of the main things I pointed out when I did that piece was when he says, so come together, goodwill to you. But every time he performs it, he always grins at that part. Goodwill to you. Like he's joyful when he says that. He's joyful to the whole song. But that, goodwill to you. So come together, goodwill to you. I'm sending out Michael Jackson, Another Part of Me lyrics. I'm sending out. So we're taking over. We have the truth. This is my mission to see it through. It says the mission. I'm going to put mine because I know I've heard him say it. I saw him say it. This is my mission to see it through. Don't point your finger. That's dangerous. This is it. This is my planet. You're one of us. Because even when he performs, he goes, this is my planet. You're one of us. This is my planet. Why is he saying this? Remember, when an artist writes, they're not doodling. These are purposeful words. And as I've said to you, whether it's music or anything else, this is something to writing. All of academia, of psychiatry and stuff, recognizes this principle that I'm saying to you right now. No matter what you do or say in life, everybody agrees that once you reduce it to writing, you mean that shit because you wrote it. It's one thing to just rattle something out. Oh, you're a whore. Yeah, your mother's a whore. You see, it's very different than writing. Your mother is a whore. You mean it when you write it. So we have to understand this principle when we look at this, you know. So Michael, when he's saying, this is my planet, you're one of us, I'm sending out a major love, and this is my message to you. Then the backup singers go, message to you. And here's another piece of evidence for you. Go and watch the official video of Another Part of Me. Notice what everybody's wearing, but notice all the dudes have that fringe at the bottom that the Israelites wear. You think that's by mistake? You think this. Hear me. Go and watch the official video of Another Part of Me. Greg Gaines, who's on keyboards, he's got the fringe that the Hebrew Israelites wear. And two of the backup singers. I was almost going to call their name. Damn it. Anyways, this is not by mistake. Look at how the men are dressed. He's clearly trying to give them a Hebrew Israelite look. No question about it. That's not up for debate. Now, this is my planet. You're one of us. I'm sending out a major love. And this is my message to you. The planets are lining up. We're bringing brighter days. Because back whenever it was, Michael didn't think he was going to live past a certain age. And the planets lining up is supposed to be one of the signs of the end. That's something else we can get into that. I don't want to dwell on it, but the planets are lining up. We're bringing brighter days. They're all in line waiting for you. You're just another part of me. I run the nation. And they say, I feel the truth, but it's fulfill the truth. The final message I'm bringing you. There is no danger fulfill the truth. So come together, goodwill to you. But they put, we need you. Nobody gets it. Go and listen. You can see his face. You watch him. It's right in his mouth when he does it. Goodwill to you. He says it. Goodwill to you. And then he repeats, I'm sending out a major love. And this is my message to you. The planet to line up, we're bringing by this, etc., etc. Where was I at? Yeah, we're sending out blah, blah, blah. It's like it's a bequeathing, this song. You know, he did it way back for Captain EO. That's how early he had written it. But obviously the context that he does it in Captain EO is not the same. And I think he probably was just downplaying it and using it because the whole theme of Captain EO is he goes to the white bitch, the Angelica Houston, and he's got a gift for her, you know, and she's the evil witch. And he goes, you know, I bring you this gift, Your Highness. He goes, you know, I think you're beautiful. And she goes, you think me beautiful? Let me see this gift. You know. And then it's a 3D movie, so he floats up and does some kind of pixie dust, and you know, it's like the joy and the magic, and yeah, but that was his message on Earth, to bring magic and wonderment and good to stuff. His favorite word was magic and wonderful. Magic and wonderful. He used it like it was his first and last name. Magic, wonderful. Magic, wonderful. You know, everything was about bringing escape and wonderment to humanity and good. And he wasn't on Twitter every time he gave a few $million or something saying, look what I did. We didn't know about a lot of his giving until after he was gone. And then he's in the Guinness Book of World Records as the most giving person that ever gave ever of giving. That's what he did instead of buying Versace and Jordans and Rolexes and shit. He gave it. 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 He gave it, man. So another part of me is my second, well, Jam and another part of me are right up there. And of course, Smooth Criminal. Because just the whole arrangement of Smooth Criminal is everything for me, you know. Especially when it gets into the final crescendo cadence, I call it. After the lean, they do the lean, and then I need everybody to clear the area right now. Da 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 da. Annie, are you okay? Would you tell us that you're okay? What's the sign in the window that struck you? A crescendo, Annie. And then all that goes in, and then it comes with it. He starts. All that's going on. Annie, are you okay? Would you tell us that you're okay? There's a sign in the window. All that's going on. Then Michael's going, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, baby. I don't know. And then daggone it. Daggone it. But all that, Annie, are you okay? But all that's happening on layers. Like, it's so tight, man. If you don't start going like this when you get that part, you're dead. You're dead. It's like I say with my wife's That's the Way Love Goes. Like, if you don't wiggle a toe on That's the Way Love Goes, you're probably evil. There's nothing else to describe it. Yes, Talmud. Sugar Fly. My favorite was his original version of Ben. Ben. Yeah. Yeah. His voice is so crystal clear. And when he does Human Nature live and what's it about it? Just, I can't think of it, but Human Nature. Y'all, when he does that live, it's, first of all, his whole cranium, the way his audio was in his body was like something else, man. Like, the way he's, even when he, the how, even those were like, when you're there in concert and he's, how? I can't, it's, oh man. For the people that would never see him, though, you really missed something. You really did. Every book and Come Around Here. one more step. Got the hot people, listen to that, y'all. My first video game was Moonwalker. Me and my sister, it jumped. Let me click it. Me and my sister beat that game within 2 years. It was 9 and 10. Wow. That's right. He had his own video game, dude. How many of these tacky ass artists today even have a doll of themselves? I know Destiny Child had one, so Beyonce has one. Oh my God, I'm gonna vomit. Thank you, Sugarfly. I'm deeply honored. Gwen, by the way, 5 planets line up today. Is that true? Wow. Russian bras. Shout out to you. You say, without Michael, I would be mad. Did you mean mad? The world is not the same without him. It's not. And without him, I don't think I would have ever found my voice, you know. Growing up, I started out, my father played guitar professionally since I was a child. Like I used to sit on Ray Charles's lap. You know, Martha Reeves and the Vandells used to be at our house, George Benson. You know, it was nothing. You know, Jimmy Walker from fucking Good Times. I'm over it. Anyways, music was a part of my existence. And so I started out playing piano and violin at the same time when I was in 3rd grade. I wanted to play violin because I wanted to be able to do this and be very dramatic and just be very, you know, something about that was just attractive to me. And I loved the sound of orchestra and strings. So my parents got me a violin and got me a violin teacher. And my violin teacher said, you know, you have to play piano because you have to tune the violin to the piano. Then, so I played that. And then in 5th grade, a band director approached my family. He was trying to get a youth band together. He said, I think you'd be good for the French horn. The French horn, he spat when he talked. His teeth were jacked up. His name was Mr. Meyerhofer, but he was a nice guy. Drove our camper. If you'd be good for the French horn, he would say. Well, I didn't know that. I already knew the sound of the French horn, but I didn't know what the thing looked like. I had heard it, but didn't know that that's what I was hearing. Anyways, whole thing. So, but now fast forward to adolescence. You know, my family was putting on shows, and I hadn't found my voice. You know, my sister that just passed away several months now ago of COVID, she was 1 year older than me, and she could sing, y'all. I couldn't stand on the stage with her without crying when she would sing. Her voice was that beautiful. I don't say it because it was my sister. Her voice floored me dead. We would sing this one duet called With You I'm Born Again. And my part was, I'm sure I didn't sound like this then, but this is how it goes. Come bring me your softness. Comfort me through all this madness. Woman, don't you know with you I'm born again. That was my intro. And then she would come in. Come bring me your sweetness. Now this, oh, my ear just went. So obviously I won't be able to hear my tone. and I'll take it down. Come, 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 bring me the sad. I'll take a different key. Then she'd come in with come, bring me your softness. Now there's you, there is no man. Something I can't remember the lyric. But when she would come in, I'd be sitting there going, I'm not exaggerating. I literally go to the hip and cry. Something about her voice used to go through me. And then when, fast forward many decades later, it's 2000, we'll say 4, and she's singing they're having some program at their church. So the family's gonna go. And me and my sister Jamila, we were talking about me crying on stage when we were younger. I go, I think I'm over it though. I think I'm over it. I sat up in the front pew, and she was singing some song called "In the Sanctuary." I was walking down the aisle in the hiccup cry. My sister Jamila was on the door. She was like, "You couldn't do it." I was like, "I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it." I don't know what it was. Her voice used to go through me. One year, when I was with my fiance, we came off our cruise, and we went up north California to see her. And we went down to one of the piers, and they had this studio where you go into the thing and record a song. I did "Don't Be Cruel" by Bobby Brown, and she did "That's What Friends Are For," but she did all the parts. And there was a crowd that gathered because they were playing it on a speaker outside. We didn't know this. And a crowd gathered. And wallahi, I got up on a table and I was in the hiccup crowd, like, "It's my sister." And I was pulling her up, "It's my sister, it's my sister." I don't know why, but it was like that, man. And she never could stand me. Our relationship was always, she never could stand me in life. But she was amazing. But I mentioned her because all I could do was that and falsetto. And I give my falsetto to my brother and Philip Bailey and Janet Jackson. But full singing out, I give it to Michael. If it hadn't been for him, I would have never found my sing out voice, you know. He made me do it. You know, I would sing along with Janet, you know, "Control, never gonna stop." That's just falsetto. It's not singing out, you know, and my little James Ingram range, you know, or Peebo Bryson. But to really give it, Michael is why I learned to give it, you know, why I could do rangy songs, you know. Because of him, man. He made you. I learned from him that I could sing that, you know. I'm trying to think of a song of his that I could do. James, you say, "I've been cranking man mirror all month." The world definitely changed after Michael died. It did. You saw how everything stopped that day. I was in a hair salon getting my hair braided. I was cheating on my beautician because she was having a baby. So she gave me permission to go to this chick. So, but our relationship was such that, you know, we would do that. I'm like, "Can I cheat on you?" You know? And this lady that owns the salon, she was done with all her clients, and she was just sticking around being nosy and being in people's business. There was no need for her to be here. Take your ass home, go, leave. And I'm backing up with your comments, everybody, so I can go back to where I need to be. But she was at her station. This chick is braiding me. And these 2 young teenagers had come in. I don't know what they were there for. I don't know if he was getting a haircut or she was, I don't know what. But I noticed them because they there was an energy about them that I really liked. And all of a sudden, the lady that owns the shop, Mary, she's on the phone yakking away, and all of a sudden she screamed and threw the phone. And at first I think I was like, you know, and everybody's like, Mary, what's up? I'm like, Mary, what are you doing? Michael Jackson had a heart attack. So you hear everybody go, oh. I go, well, just calm down, everybody, you know. And then the choreography of me came out. You know, I've danced, I still dance. But I was like, you know, Michael dances a lot, and, you know, it's probably exhaustion or something like that. Like, he's not a candidate for cardiac arrest. Just all the common sense stuff that you would think. Am I this far behind? Janine, the hey ho bitch has been removed. Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate you, Queen. But it got quiet. And y'all still didn't tell me nothing about this air. So it got quiet. Everybody was just kind of quiet. And then now, mind you, I didn't have a smartphone then. I had some Virgin mobile phone. I didn't know there was TV on the internet. Don't type me nothing. Anyways, but some lady had CNN on her phone. But I did get out my phone. I started calling everybody in my phone. Nobody answered everybody. Wallahi, I called every single contact in my phone, and no one answered. Do you hear me? I thought, this is weird. Finally, I got a hold of one of my homegirls that lives in Los Angeles, Geneva. I said, Geneva, where are you at? Are you home? Where are you at? She wasn't home. She was on her way home. I said, well, just, you know, did you hear anything about Michael Jackson? Just, you know. And she goes, no, I didn't hear that. I was like, well, just, I don't know. You know, maybe just call me when you get home, because I'm at the hair salon. I don't have a TV. But she was the only person I could reach. And somewhere along the way, I realized that the radio was on, but it wasn't on music or anything. And I told the kid, the two kids I told you come in, the two teenagers, I told the boy, I don't know him from Adam. I go, go turn that radio. Go turn that radio. Turn it to music. Turn it to a different station. Go turn that radio up. Do something with the radio. And he did it. But it was just this thing coming over you. Like, well, no. You could just feel something like, and then the radio came on. They were hesitant. You know, we're not trying to announce anything here, you know, and then it turned from cardiac arrest to coma to we don't know to back to cardiac arrest. Then it was a heart attack. But they kept like, well, we don't want to know. I mean, we don't know. We don't want to, you know, we're not announcing anything. And that just made me like, and finally I told the sister, I said, can you just hurry up? Can you just hurry up? Because I knew I needed to get to a TV. Anyway, she finally finished my hair. I looked amazing, by the way, just so everybody knows. And I almost screeched tires out of there. But I noticed driving home, the traffic was light suddenly. And when I would stop at like a stoplight or something, other people would look at you because I was looking at them. It felt eerie. I got home. Something told me, get you something cold to drink before you turn that TV on. So I got myself something to drink. I sat down on my couch. I took a deep breath. I turned on the TV. It was usually on CNN or MSNBC. Breaking news. The Associated Press. Oh my God, I'm going to cry. Damn. Wow. Not going to do it. The Associated Press is now confirming, and we can confirm, that Michael Jackson, the king of pop, has died. I just thought I'm in a twilight zone. I'm in an alternate existence. This can't be true. It can't be true. It's not true. Like, maybe they're just being dramatic because it's Michael, and just anything other than I was stuck, y'all. I didn't have anything to do or react or just I was just stuck. And I promise you, I didn't even cry until the day of the memorial they had on TV when Usher sang Gone Too Soon, because that's what I had sang at my grandmother's funeral in 1994. And I didn't know who was performing, but I just remember thinking, somebody needs to do that song. I didn't know who was performing, no songs they were doing, didn't know nothing. And when I heard the downbeat, when they introduced Usher, I knew that downbeat immediately. And that's when I started to cry. And I went into the hiccup cry and everything. And I don't know how much time there was between his death and this memorial, but I didn't shed a tear until that day. That's when it killed me. That's when it killed me, man. That's when it killed me. It just 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 killed me. I just thought, that's the end. You know, that's the end. Like, what do we do now? Michael Jackson is dead? Just even hearing that, it was just like, I'm related to Oprah. It would be as if that was said in the same sentence, or Oprah's calling you or something. It would be ridiculous. Not so much because Oprah does want me. That's something else. She knows. But it was like that. Michael Jackson did. No. Even when Jermaine came out with the pop collar and was like, my brother, the legendary king of pop, Michael Jackson, passed away at 2-something. I still was just in this state. This says it. That's how I felt until the memorial. And then the image, y'all. Here's a man who you need 100 people to get him from a car across the sidewalk, a regulation sidewalk, it's nothing, into a doorway. You need 1,000 people just to get him to the door. And now, when they rolled his body out to the helicopter, there was no paparazzi. No more thousands of fans screaming Michael, crying and falling out and fainting. It was like only in death now can he be alone. It was so ironic and jarring because anytime you saw him, there was a sea of security around him and then thousands of fans outside of that. And he was ducking and moving. But now here it was just no scandal, no excitement, nothing, just silence all of a sudden. And I cannot watch his mother. She breaks my heart because her heart is so broken and you feel it. She's just, that was her baby, man. And he was the brightest of them all. Michael Jackson literally was the brightest star in the universe, everybody. The brightest star in the universe. Brightest star in the universe. What a unique assignment for a human being, you know. But I contemplated after his death from a spiritual standpoint. I know that his life was of meaning for us, because you think God would put this man here on this earth and he'd be that known and famous and it just be that? Nah. The hand of God, I believe, was on Michael Jackson, you know, and he comes from such a good stock. His mother's a very spiritual woman, like my grandmother. I mean, they're the same person. He really meant things from his soul. That was one of my connections to him. But I contemplated asking God, like, what are we supposed to know from his life? Can't just be the music, you know, and the entertainment's have to be something else. He was a loud example for something, you know. And one of the obvious things that came to me immediately was, it was a reminder that no matter how bright your star or how bright your flame is in this lifetime, we all have an appointment with the grave. It doesn't matter who you are, how big and famous you are. You're going, you know. But I still believe Michael was murdered. And I make a case for that because Phantom Beach, shout out to you. By the way, any new people, do subscribe to the channel if I'm worthy. Like, I hate when people, before they've even given you anything, they're like, before we get started, make sure you subscribe. Bitch, I don't know what you're going to do yet. So if I've earned it, then subscribe. My train of thought just left me. That's why I don't get off, because if I do, I won't remember. Anyways, I don't believe Michael, I believe he was murdered, but I don't believe Dr. Murray tried to murder him. I think that Dr. Murray is the Oswald in all of this. I know Michael Jackson, y'all. I studied this man. In fact, me and Eric, my friend I was telling you about that did the Who Is It video, who denies plastic surgery, but me and Jarvis were with you and saw you the day after you had your cheekbones done. So just not understanding, and there you are on Entertainment Tonight saying, I'm honored that I have to look like this, and Mother Nature was my plastic surgeon. Not true, Eric, just saying. Anyways, moving on, it's not important. What was I saying? Oh, when I began to prepare to impersonate Michael, there's several things you have to perfect. Chief among them is you got to look like him. And I hate saying this to people because you see me now, you go, this dude does not look like Michael Jackson. But if you see my picture, you go, oh my God, you look exactly the fuck like Michael Jackson. I could look just like him. So the look was, it was there. You should be able to dance like him. I hate when I see people impersonating Michael and they don't have the dance. You're impersonating a man who his whole reputation is dance. You should be able to do his dance. If you can't do it, then you have to accept that and go do something else. Don't give me a sliding on the balls of my feet moonwalk. I'll punch you myself. Give me the moonwalk that Michael gave, or don't do it. Don't do moves on songs that he didn't do that move on that song. You understand? Getting worked up. But what I'm trying to say is, the dance needed to be there, just like him. And nextly, you should not show up. So my mannerisms need to go away. Everything that I do needs to be him. How I hold a cup, how I adjust my sunglasses, how I gesture, how I walk, how I run, how I emerge from a limousine, how I get into a limousine, how I do everything must be exactly like him. So you watch. Okay. But then I noticed we had a lot of things that were similar. That's when I learned that. Like, oh, I do that already. He does that like me, you know. But, wow, my brain is really off today, y'all. It's going to come back to me, inshallah. Oh, making my case. So when I saw who is it, or not who is it, this is it. I know I could, listen, you could put up a silhouette and have to run and do flips or do anything. I don't care what it is. I'll tell you if that's Michael Jackson or not. Because he's imprinted on us. You know, it's like, I forget what discipline of academia will tell you what I'm about to say to you right now. They will tell you, like, no matter what we do in animatronics and robots and stuff like that, we're naturally trained to the movement of the human being. So anything outside of that movement, you'll detect it. No, that's not a human. This is the same thing for me with Michael Jackson. I know if that's him or not. I know it. 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 I also know his voice. So I can tell you on that album that they put out, many of those songs are not Michael Jackson. They're not. They're not. But I digress. This is it. I can show you all the places, and this is it, where that is not Michael Jackson. You see, most of the public is not trained. You give them a fake wig and a glove, and they'll scream Michael Jackson. They will. It's so upsetting to me and sickening that you're not really paying attention. It's maddening. Even a lot of lookalikes now, I see they get some fucked up wig with way too much hair, and everybody goes, oh my God, you really look like Michael Jackson. No, bitch, you don't. You know, it's a whole thing with me, but I'm just trying to say that why I know Michael was murdered, and why I also know that Michael was not on any prescription medication. Lisa Cabrera has done some extensive work on the opioid thing. I did some videos myself back on my old channel. I don't know if I have anything on this channel on the opioid crisis, but certainly I did some videos on my old big channel. But I educate myself about anything and everything, and certainly if it's something big in the society, I just want to go and know what's that. One of the things that I understand about, and also I also educated myself because I shared with you guys my uncle, one of my uncles. I resented him most of my life. even after he died, because he was an alcoholic. And it wasn't until many years after he died in the 1990s, and it was only in the probably 20, I don't know, 15 or some bullshit, I don't know, that when I learned this, or it might have been earlier than that, whenever the opioid crisis was all the, oh my God, I learned through studying this, that wasn't him. So if you have somebody in your family that's an alcoholic, y'all, or even if they're drug addicted, don't blame them. Don't judge them, because what I had to learn is that my uncle needed the alcohol after a certain point of his life, drinking so long. He needed it in order to be normal. So even though he would reek of liquor, he wasn't drunk. That's literally there. It becomes a part of their body. So they have to have that in order to feel normal. Whereas you would probably be drunk and falling over yourself. They just feel like a regular human being ready to do jumping jacks. It's nothing, you know. And then I cried and I forgave him in death and made prayers, and I still pray for him to this day. And please forgive me for not understanding you. But anyway, one of the things I learned that informed me about Michael Jackson was he could sing. That last performance of Earth Song had me in tears. I love Earth Song. Oh my God. And remember, he wrote that before anybody was talking about global warming. Nobody, it wasn't in vogue and chic to talk about global warming. Nobody cared. This man wrote a whole fucking song about the earth and what we're doing to it and humanity. Earth Song. Earth Song. Who has a song, Earth Song? Just the brilliance in that. Anyway, vocally, it was there. Opioids suppress the respiratory. That's why Whitney couldn't sing, because her shit was fucked up. She couldn't hit and die. She couldn't get it no more, because her respiratory and all that shit is suppressed because of her drugs she was doing. Michael was not suppressed in This Is It. You see, there's some telltale things that are just law that you can look at, and it's black and white. His voice was there. It was off some areas, you know, for some of the songs, but it was there. It was there. Even in Earth Song, he wouldn't do the he didn't have the air for that, because I guess it's more control, whatever. But he had Earth Song. Oh, it's the best performance of that song ever. Okay, that and the one he did in London when he came out of the Earth thing with the kids, and it's anyway. But that's one. Number two, one of the other tall tale signs that Michael was not on prescription drugs is the fact that he couldn't sleep, because most of that shit is a sedative. It sedates you in some way, whether it's Valium or fucking the shit, the painkillers they claimed he was on since he was burned, which I've dispelled that. Michael's whole head was not burned. Michael had real hair, everybody, and it was beautiful, by the way, and long. All the family has good hair. They all have it. They all have it. Look at Catherine. They all have it. So this whole idea that he was still suffering, I'm not buying that. Not buying it. Damn it. But anyway, the fact that he couldn't sleep means he wasn't on anything that was sedated, which would be any of the drugs and the shit. So that tells me that he wasn't on anything. That's why he was telling Dr. Murray, put me to sleep for the love of God. You know. Um, Not to mention, even though you're Michael Jackson, there's a lot of pressure for this show. You know they're waiting for you to fail. He's been through this trial by this time now, and all of that. Now this is the sort of not the I hate when they say comeback, because Michael Jackson didn't go anywhere, and it was always Michael. Even when he was on top, he would give you an album, go away for 3 to 5 years, and come back, and oh my God, it's Michael Jackson. So all this, ooh, it's a comeback. No, it's just Michael continuing again. So, but still, there's a lot of pressure because there was a lot of people waiting for him to fail, and I could just see that being a stress. Plus, he was still carrying a lot of stress from the trial, you know. And whereas it ends in the news cycle for us, his life still goes on. He's still dealing with the fallout from all that shit every day. We don't know how many contracts and other things across the earth in different countries, people that he talked to. I mean, we just see the news cycle, and when it's over. But he's still got to live a life. I'm just trying to say that was a big ass house, and in one of the videos here on the channel, I show you the house, and I make my case that there's no way you can be in that house and not know everybody that's in that house. That's not possible. And homes like that have all sorts of underground bunkers, hidden walls, tunnels and shit, secret entrances. I submit to you, Dr. Murray left out of that room, gaggling on the phone. I believe him when he said he wasn't out of the room that long. It's not really important. Because the fact of the matter is, somebody else got in there and got to Michael Jackson. I believe that till I die. Somebody else got in there and got to him. Because you look at the arrogance of the AEG fucker, the little salt and pepper hair fucker. You know, they're acting like as if they're greater than him. Everybody was doing that. Acting like they were more important than Michael Jackson, and as if they were his boss some kind of way. This is Michael Jackson. And it was also very suspect to me in This Is It, when he was so kind, like, even with the ear monitors. Because Michael didn't wear no ear. All these people with these ear monitors now, they all need to go to hell and die off. Why? Like, that's just no talent. Why do you need an ear monitor? What do you need that for? Michael Jackson has performed in the biggest shit you could perform in on planet Earth with no ear monitors and done just fine. Now everybody, just with 5 people in the room, they got to have an ear monitor. I'm over it. But in This Is It, that was surprising because he goes, it feels like somebody's just like jiggling their fist in my ear, you know. But he was like, again, not Mr. Diva. Like, I'm not wearing this shit. Get it off me. I'm over it. Why is this on the stage? It was like, you know, no, I can't. And then Kenny Ortega, Michael, do you think we just turn it down, Michael? Would that be okay for you, Michael? Michael? It was all kind of weird for me. Like, this is Michael Jackson. Duh, dude. It just felt, it felt something. Like, it felt macabre. Like, did they, and they're all white devils, so they probably already might have known that Michael was going to be murdered. They might have known already. They could have all been in on it. Kenny Ortega and everybody else claiming they loved Michael and they were such friends of his and shit. I tell you, white folks will lie and grin in the face of evil while articulating evil. We see it all the time. So it wouldn't be surprising. Michael Jackson was murdered. And don't give me this Dr. Murray, and don't give me he tried to inject his own self with propofol and just all the shit they've said. Like, I think that Michael has been not present for a long time. Like, I think even those fucking kids who we will never accept as his children will acknowledge that he was their father while he was here. He fathered them, and i.e. gave them care and room and board and shelter and, you know, all the principal things of life. but he is not your father. We don't accept you as his children. We just don't, because you don't look like him. You're all white devils. So, because the prince, the oldest one, is just like the fucker that was giving Michael all the drugs when Michael would go to his office and be in there for a little while and then come out completely zonked. The fucker with the red beard, the red hair, that looks like a leprechaun, that's Prince's father. The fat bitch that looks like a man, Debbie Rowe, that's Paris's mother. She looks just like her. Like, these kids look just like their parents. None of them looks like Michael Jackson. Blanket looks like nobody. Oh, wait, who was it? I can't remember, but he doesn't look like Michael. Like, none of these kids look like Michael. This is a man whose family all look the fuck alike, because Joseph and Catherine Strong genes are very strong. Very strong. Very strong. Like, they from the old school. You feel me? Like, I look like my daddy. I look like my daddy and my mom. Me. They whole family look the same. Just like their parents. You see Tito's children. You see Jermaine's kids. You see Marlon's kids. You see they still look like, oh yeah, we can tell, yeah, you but Michael, his kids look nothing like him. His biology is nowhere in these children at fucking all. And somebody convinced him to do that, because all your fucking kids are white. Michael always wanted kids from all nations if he was going to have children, you know, adopt and have them and stuff like that. But every fucking child you had was all white. Then the fat bitch was like, I gave him, he wanted a baby. And I said, let me do this for you. Let me do this for you, said the lying, slithering, fork-tongued ass white devil ass beast bitch. And then there she was, the main one, betraying him, you know. There was Lisa Marie Presley, this bitch, who's not famous for anything other than being Elvis's failed ass Elvis's daughter. Because what else has she done? What movie has she done? What album has she done? What television show did she do, everybody? Nothing. What? Oh, maybe she has a clothing line. I'm sure that's it. Oh, no clothing line? Okay, well, all right, maybe she's in the housewares. No housewares? She doesn't do anything. And there she was on Oprah saying, I was with him because I loved him. I fell in love with him. And I wanted somebody who was as big or bigger than me. She said that dead ass. Like, name me the pissiest rapper that I don't know of right now, and that rapper is bigger than her ass right now. They all used him because white jealousy is real. And like Michael said, they were all fine until he started breaking every record known to humanity. And overnight, he became a homosexual. He became a pedophile. He became, they immediately started the barrage on him. Because white jealousy is real. These people don't ever get excited to see you succeed. That's why I tell you, jealousy is not a natural human emotion, black people. It's a learned response from white devils. We're not jealous as a people. None of humanity is. Only white people. Only them. Only them. And that's why they made such a big deal of Janet and the half of a millisecond titty shot, because they were looking for some reason to bring her down. Again, these are wholesome people. Remember, 80 people rated Neverland. Could not find a single disparaging thing about Michael Jackson. Not a single disparaging thing. This was a clean living man. A righteous human being. Raheem Allah. Could not find anything dirty on him. Not even a dirty note. A dirty tissue, goddamn. You just couldn't find it. But Michael dominated. Janet came behind and was dominating. Do you understand? Today's culture doesn't know domination. These people were dominating. dominating. That means you don't have a chance. Janet signed the biggest music contract in the history of signing anything ever in the history of man. And then a week later, Michael couldn't have himself outdone. He went and signed another with somebody else. I can't remember. But I'm just trying to say, they were dominating. So the Super Bowl was, this is our chance to shut that black bitch down. We'll claim we're outraged over that areola. Damn it, how dare she? Urgh. While we sell sex and everything else and penises to children through Disney movies and everything else. But this areola for half a millisecond is a problem to all humanity and has ruined the life of all children who witnessed it. I'm over it. But they needed a reason to bring her down because Janet was dominating right with Michael. Dominating. His Bad Tour, biggest tour ever in the history of anybody that ever toured. Rhythm Nation, biggest breakout tour ever in the history of a breakout tour ever. And still one of the biggest tours ever in the history of touring. Anybody's ever been on the road doing anything. There was a thing to quit this whole Jackson shit because they were dominating. Many years ago, the Los Angeles Times printed a whole article about literally when there was an awards show on any network, didn't matter the awards show, MTV, American Music Awards, Grammys, doesn't matter. If Michael or Janet are part of it, the ratings, they show the numbers of the ratings are off the charts if they're part of the show. If their name's even mentioned, that's it. Your ratings go up. And by extension, you can sell more advertising at a higher price, etc., etc. But they dominated, man. You don't have nobody dominating like that now. You don't have anybody that famous right now. There won't be, ever. There won't be, man. There won't. There can't. There can't. There cannot be. There can't. Probably the closest thing right now is Madonna. Probably Madonna. Because even Beyonce doesn't have people fainting and falling out at her concerts where they have to be carried out and lifted over and hosed down. And, you know, but you see that with Madonna in Europe and overseas. You see the pandemonium. Not to the level of Michael, but you definitely saw it. People chasing her Mercedes and shit and stalking her hotel. I've not seen any shot of any artist today, including Beyonce, where there's thousands of people below their hotel room screaming their name. Haven't seen it. Have not seen it. Just haven't seen it. Haven't seen it. But Madonna was part of the Trinity. Michael, Prince, Madonna. And then Janet dominated. You know, we can figure out where to put Janet. But before Janet really got flight with control, it was Michael, Prince, and Madonna. That's it. There's no bigger stars. But certainly Michael being at the top. You know. Just pandemonium. I saw this British dude recently, something I was watching, and he talked about he's doing something in film, or he's being an actor. Oh, I did cut my toe. But he was inspired by Michael Jackson, just do anything in entertainment. And he was saying, he goes, you know, when I got it, I saw, or he either saw or was at a concert. He goes, he popped out of the stage. He stood there for 4 minutes. 4 minutes. He was talking in his British accent. He goes, and the planes are just dying. Like people are fainting and being carried out. He goes, and then he just turns his head and 70 more people are carried out. And he just thought, how can one human being have that effect on humanity? But Michael had that. And I remember when he did the Super Bowl. It's all anybody talked about. Did you see Michael Jackson? Did you see Michael? Did you see Michael? He came by. They teased us with Eric and some of the other lookalikes that came up out of the top of the stadium. And then Michael popped up and stood there. Now remember, just so you understand the oh my godness of it all, y'all can go on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and see your favorite people, and they're tweeting all fucking day, and you're in their house and you know what they ate for breakfast and when they took a shit. Well, you must understand that wasn't like that. And when he did the Super Bowl, we hadn't seen Michael in a very long time, and he was on tour. This was like, you're going to have a chance to see the Messiah, you know, or just somebody that you couldn't see. Like, you got to be at this place, or you not, like, you know, it was like that. So the anticipation was just like off the charts. So when he popped up on that stage and stood there, it wasn't just the people in the stadium. It was everybody around the world going, oh my God, it's Michael. Oh my God. Oh my, the build up to this. The newspapers were printing, Michael had said no close-ups on him because his nose was falling apart. This was all the bullshit they were printing. I read this stuff. They had claimed that he didn't want, that there couldn't be any close-ups on his face. There was a lot of controversy around his face at that time, I will tell you. I remember that. But it was ridiculous because his face wasn't falling apart and his nose wasn't falling off, obviously, and there was close-ups on him on this show. When he popped up at that stage, man, he stood there. You were just like, oh my God, it's Michael. You just couldn't believe, like, it was the same as when he did Remember the Time. Because remember, we hadn't seen Michael in forever, and now he's come out with this new album. And of course, Remember the Time was a world premiere video. And it wasn't like now you get all these leaked pictures and leaked video, and the celebrities are leaking stuff. We didn't have that. So we didn't see Michael Jackson until Iman is telling Eddie Murphy, show me some shit that makes me amazing. And then when he finally comes in, he turns to that gold dust, and he comes up and and that downbeat, and he cocks that head up. We're like, oh my God, it's Michael. Oh. You were literally, because we hadn't seen him. We hadn't seen him. And, you know, Michael's from the old school, so he's not everywhere being photographed and shit. He's nowhere until you see him, and he wants you to see him. The Super Bowl was that. There he was. He's standing there. He's standing right there. He's standing there. He's going to do something. We don't know what, but he's standing there right now. It was everything. Like, that's the time in which we live, man. This generation doesn't know anything about anticipation and patience and waiting and mystery, you know, and titillization or tantalizing? One of those. This generation doesn't know that, you know. They don't know it. Like, it was the biggest thing on earth, man. It was all anybody talked about. Did you see Michael? Did you see Michael? It was amazing. And then when he spoke, when they handed him the mic, this is the first time he didn't speak in that high-pitched voice. Today, we stand together. We're like, is that your real voice? He was something, man. And he had to be bold because you're the most famous person ever in the history of humanity. You got vitiligo. You got to be bold enough to go out there looking like that. That's bold. That's bold, dude. He was bold, man. I remember even in Smooth Criminal, the ponytail was like, Michael got a ponytail? It was everything. It was everything, dude. It was everything. Yes, the benevolent saint named Michael Jackson, rest in power, from M. Florney. I think I read that. Thanks. You say thanks for understanding our women need support more than anything else. Yes, and uh, Florida, I come proudly from a family mostly of women. There's 9 children, and 5 of those are girls. And my grandmother raised me. You know, um, it's all respect. You know, I don't know any other way. Gwen says that will be the next I Told You So video. Shiro, shout out to you, Queen. Hello, King. I'm so late. Hi, chat. Um, I hope this time is wrong. Okay, let me go all the way to the bottom and come back up. That way, people don't sit there going, wait, my comment. I may skip. J9, shout out to you. This generation gets instant gratification. They are overexposed. Yeah. And pampered and shit. And they don't know, they're a total disaster. Yes, that one in Bucharest. My nephew, perfect testimony of what I'm talking about. My nephew is a Michael Jackson fan. And subhanAllah, the first time he came out here to visit me, he was 8 or 9. But I had gotten this book for him. It's just pictures of Michael Jackson. I think there's some articles and stuff in it. But literally every day when he would get dressed, he would look in this book and be trying to put something together that looked like an outfit that Michael wore. And then I have this video where we're in my bedroom and I'm on the bed and I'm filming and we're listening to Rockwell. I always feel like somebody's watching me as my ear pops. Anyway, that must be why deaf people can't talk in tone, because your ear is. Anyway, and I had this fedora that I gave him because it looks perfect on him. But I'm just trying to say, like, Michael is passed away at the time we're doing this. He was, I'd have to do the math to figure out how old he was when Michael died, but I'm just trying to say, like, that's just another testimony, like, and Bucharest is one of his favorites of life. Bricks, shout out to you. Every generation knows and will know him. That's the truth. I appreciate that comment, Bricks, because that's the fucking truth. His music continues to give in a way that, but that was part of his artistry, you know. He used to always say, you know, you make great music and it lives on. It lives forever. You make great music, it lives forever. He would always say that. You make great music and it lives forever. We see that's true. Because how many years, we're 13 years past Michael. How many kids have been born since then that weren't on earth when he was alive, and now they are total Michael Jackson fans? How? Nobody's running around trying to be Smokey Robinson. Just saying. Or the Supremes, or the Temptations. Nobody is trying to be, you know, just name anybody. God loved them all, and they're ours. Michael. Cheryl, Stephanie Mills is a beautiful black woman, and I met her, and she is a beautiful black woman, and I can tell you when I met her, she didn't have on a stitch of makeup, and she looked amazing. I was at California Pizza Kitchen in, what's that city in the valley? Woodland Hills. Allahu Akbar. A friend of mine was just graduating Northridge University. This was after the earthquake. And I went to the restaurant. How did it? Something happened where she went past me, and I went, "Oh, it's Stephanie Mills." That's inside. When I speak to celebrities, they don't get that from me. I'm very like matter of fact, and you know. But inside, oh my God, it's so and so. And then after I go tell other people, oh my God, it was so and so. So I was like, that's Stephanie Mills. So I didn't know what to do with myself. So I just decided she went to the bathroom. So I just went to the phone and just played like I was on the payphone, like nothing. I'm waiting for Stephanie Mills. And when she came out, I go, hi, Stephanie. Hi. She just put the phone down. It's like, hi, Stephanie. How are you? I introduced myself. I said, listen, could you please come over and say hello to my friend Kim? She just graduated Northridge University today. She goes, I just came from the dentist and I don't have any on any makeup. And I said, Stephanie, you do not have to see if I'm a woman. But could you please just say hello to my friend Kim? She goes, where is she? So I took her hand, led her through the place over to our section where all of us were at. You saw everybody turn and go, Kim has her back to me. I go, Kim. Finally she turns around, what? And then she realizes Stephanie Mills. I could tell you Stephanie stayed over there for probably a half hour. She was like, what are your majors? What are you doing? She was talking to everybody. She was real into Kim. And we just had that sister, girlfriend thing. It was beautiful, man. She was amazing. Stephanie Mills. Wow. It's an honor. And then, of course, because, I've had a lot of, I was so immersed in entertainment at the time. And I told you guys I've met a million people and had celebrity friends and all that stuff, been on television, been in movies. She thought I planned that. So how long did it take me to convince her this was random? I didn't know Stephanie Mills was going to be there. This was random as fuck. Yes, I was able to get her to come over to our section and say hello to you, but I didn't know, and I don't know Stephanie. Worse, she doesn't know me. Anything for butter biscuits. Cheryl, what are you saying? They definitely tried to kill Michael because he was a black man who broke records, owned Sony Music, he owned his own masters, and the Beatles masters as well. Exactly. And half the people that are out there right now, like he owned the fucking, like, interesting that Eminem was trying to talk shit about him and made fun of him in a video because he kind of owns your masters. Doubt you're going to be getting your masters anytime soon, Eminem. And then another testimony to who he was. Little Richard's masters were part of that catalog. Most of you fake ass Negroes, even listening to me now, not just the ones I'm going to talk about, would have been either kept them or wanted to charge him a bunch of money. Michael called up Little Richard, said, I got your masters, you could get them. Gave them to him, making Little Richard a gazillionaire instantly like that. That's the heart that he was, man. That's who he was. That's who he was. That's who he was. That echoes to my soul because that's the type of shit I would do. You don't need to look for something all the damn time. You do shit because it's the right thing to do, simply because it's the right thing to do. If that doesn't give you enough fulfillment, you're a fucked up human being. Yes, Cheryl, he dated Stephanie Mills, and she has told the story. Yeah. But, one of those marriages was just, I think, just because he didn't want to be married out of wedlock, have a baby out of wedlock. So let's be married and stuff, like to the fat bitch. The Lisa Marie thing, that's something else. And maybe secretly, we don't know. Because we saw glimpses of his over itness. When he talks about Madonna not being a nice person, she's a bitch. Those words came out of Michael Jackson's mouth. I think some of it was like a diss to white people in general that he married Lisa Marie Presley. What? I'm the king of pop, bitch. So I'll have your little daughter. That also pissed them off. That's why they're, is this love? There's Diane Sawyer. Is this love? People say that, this isn't real. And there's her nosy bitch ass. Is she dead yet? Is she dead yet? When you say, I think someone replaced the inside contents of his mail containers. All of that, I'm here to believe it. Kiara, good evening to you. He was a naturalist in many ways. He was in everything. He was in everything. That was a very wise man. You see, one of the reasons why you want to be around somebody like Michael Jackson, because they know stuff. They know stuff. That's why I love Quincy Jones, dude. Like, he's just old enough where he's crotchety and he's seen it all and he don't give a fuck. Oh, that is gold. You want to be around somebody like that. They know stuff. They know stuff. They've done it all. They've seen it all. They have it all. They have it. I love that. But Michael was like that. He gravitated to people that were wise. Let me soak up what I don't know. See? I always tell you, a wise man knows what he doesn't know and is not afraid to admit that. That's how you increase your knowledge. You understand? And become wise. It's one of the many ways. Sweet D, if I didn't shout you out already, blessings to you, Queen. Gwen says, I'm still mad. When I heard the news, I was mad, and I'm still mad. Cheryl, you say I was either on my way to work or at work when I first heard the news that Michael passed away. It was just unbelievable. I mean, you might as well just told me that Russia had launched a nuclear device. Anything shocking. This is right up there. It's right up there. It's right up there. It was so like this, and I'm someone who accepts death and and not a denier and all that stuff. I'm good with that. I totally, everybody's got to go and all that stuff. But it was still just like, not Michael. Like, James, you say, I was watching at home. Just graduated high school. Yeah. Barney, you say, each of us saw we have. Mario. All American babies' lives matter. Well, we're only talking about black ones over here. So you can take that all shit someplace else and stick that shit up your ass. Russian bras. Shout out to you if I didn't already. And we're not giving a fuck about American lives. We're talking about Africans. Black Africans with this glorious high-tech melanin that we're slathered in. We are literally an energy force. So take your inferior white ass someplace and drown in your own vomit. Thank you. Cheryl, Michael Jackson still lives on. He does. And I think he will be immortal. They just did recently. There's a play. This is recent news. I mean, stuff is still, like, I mean, it's going to be a very, very long time before um, I just don't see there really being an end, quite frankly. Michael Jackson is beloved across the earth by all of humanity, literally. Again, you say stuff like this, you can't believe it's the truth. It's so bodacious, but it's the truth. It really is the truth. It's really the truth. I'm just privileged, as we all are. I'm privileged that I could live and be on earth at the same time that Michael Jackson was on the earth. That's a privilege. Because I can't imagine now, if I came to earth now and people were talking about this dude and I'm watching him in video, I wouldn't have the sense of him. I would have a million questions, Even when sometimes me and my nephew, sometimes something will come up about Michael and we end up talking about Michael. And I really try to give him as much as I can to help him experience Michael, I try to bring him to life for him as best I can. He doesn't know what it's like when the streets are empty because there's a Michael Jackson world premiere video coming on. He won't experience that. So I try to share things like that with him, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it skipped again. Damn it. The Jacksons need to release unheard music. I'm sure they have some. No, they don't. I'll tell you why. Because Michael was a perfectionist. And he didn't take kindly I've gone from my next door neighbor, like somebody I really respected, to somebody I wish dead now. Fuck this little pissy ass bastard and the bitch that gave birth to one. I mean that from my soul. I tell you why, James, because Michael was a perfectionist. I don't want anything from Michael that he didn't oversee. I don't want it. Yeah. If Michael didn't put his blessing and his stank on it, I don't want it. Yeah, I don't want it. Cheryl. Ah, yes, Cheryl. Oh, that's to Cheryl. Sweetie, I will never forget when I heard he died. Was just getting ready to leave work. It's kind of like the Kennedy assassination. I mean, we weren't alive then, but this must have been what it was like for them. Everybody who was alive then says you remember where you were. This was that for us. this and 9/11 and I didn't see Motown 25 when it aired because I still lived under the Gestapo at home where we weren't allowed to watch television. But I remember going to school and everybody going, "Did you see Michael Jackson? Did you see Michael Jackson?" And I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. I wouldn't see it until many years later. Many years later on videotape. Thank you very much. That's how sheltered my home life was. But everybody was like, remembered where they were and what they were doing. Can you look magnifique? I love the rap. One of my favorites. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate that. Got that song playing over and over in my head. Come bring me your softness. With you on board again. Come bring me your softness. Comfort me through all this madness. Woman, don't you know with you I'm born again. Come give me your sweetness. Now there's you, there is no weakness. Lying safe within your arms, I'm born again. That was my sister's part. I was half, not whole, instead with none. Oh, this was a part. Reaching through this world in need of one. And then I will come show me your kindness. And then her part will come in. I'm not going to get that. It's too high. I can't do it. And it would end. But it's up there. I can't hit it. Her part when I'm still come bring me, and then she's singing those whole notes, and I'm singing the melody. Come bring me yours, and I can barely get through it because she's and she would kill it. I'm dying. I'm dying, dude. I'm still up there like, wallah, I wish we had videotape for that. I couldn't get through her singing. It wasn't possible. Her voice was angelic. Do you understand me? My sister could sing, dude. And then I would tell her name was Bahira. I said, Bahira, you could be famous. Like, you have that voice. But she was so, just to spite me, she didn't want to. Anything I wanted, she hated in life since we were this high. I'm over it. King, I missed the first 50 minutes of you, so I'll be starting this live over. You said it, when these white devils bring some shit up, it's already overturned. And I brought my receipts, Queen. This is my I told you so video. Because I proclaimed this back on 6th of May. I said, Roe v. Wade is over. It's over. Roe v. Wade is over. I proclaimed it firmly as a statement of fact, but I gave my evidence. There had been allegedly a leak from the Supreme Court. Never happened in the history of the Supreme Court ever. That's all I needed, really. And also, I always tell you, if they're telling you something could be happening, we don't know. It's already done. It's already done. This generation, I read that, J9. You need to do the documentary. You're the only one who would do justice to his story. what God has for you is for you. That last part, that's the truth. What God has for you is for you. I just think anybody doing any documentary of anything ever, just tell it. Tell it. Most people don't tell the story of anything. They just don't. I don't understand that. You know, I don't understand, man. You know, I don't know that way. If I experience something, no matter what it is, if I'm going to tell you about it, I'm going to tell you about it as if you were there. That seems as natural to me as breathing. I don't have to think about it. People don't do that. By the way, the asshole sent me a text saying, just want to give you a heads up, we're going to be doing some hammering to hang some stuff on the walls. Now you fucking respect me after you disrespect me out front of the fucking property and I didn't punch your ass that day. I'm a consistent motherfucker. When I don't like you no more, I don't like you no more. You're dead to me. You understand? And then I wish you did. And usually that happens. You talking about my sister's name, Queen? And just to finish up on your comment, James, they claim that some of the music on that Michael Jackson's was the album called Breaking News or was just the song? Anyways, whatever that album was, you know, they claim that some of that is his music, and some of it is, you know, but there are several songs that are clearly not Michael Jackson to the trained ear. Like I say, most of the public who claim they love him so much don't know him when they see him or when they hear him. God love them. They don't know him when they see him or when they hear him. You could give them a glitter glove and a trickle coming down their face, and they go, oh my God, it's Michael Jackson. And I could give you 50 reasons why that's absolutely not Michael Jackson. Same thing when they hear it. They're not really hearing. I don't know what people hear in life. Like, you know, it's right up there with when I see white people not responding to music. They look like they're having a seizure. I don't understand that. How aren't you hearing the music? To me, that's just another sign of evil. Proof of it. How is there music playing and you don't feel it and can't mimic it in your body? Instead, you look like you're fucking disjointed and having like a sock puppet. It literally looks like that when white people dance. I don't understand it. But even because my buddy Diggy Dre brought, I think this is when because Michael died in 2009, same year as my dad, and I was injured in 2010. So in 2010, I was still in my wheelchair. So my buddy Diggy Dre brought over the Michael Jackson music, and we were playing it. And each song that he would play, I would tell him whether or not that's Michael or not. I know Michael Jackson, dude. I know him. I know him. I know him. I know him. And I only ever wanted to meet him once I found out we had so much in common. He could have been anybody. He didn't have to be Michael Jackson. Once I learned about him, I'm like, that dude is like me. We have a lot of it. Listen, just the start of it, Michael was 7 or 8 when they came to California from Gary, Indiana, which is 20 miles from where I was born, in Chicago. We're both from the Midwest. There's 9 of them. There's 9 of us. I'm the baby. Michael is the last boy. No, Randy's the last boy. Whatever. There's 9 of them. There's 9 of us. and one of their siblings died early on. One of my siblings died early on, before I was born. Michael was 7 or 8 when they flew to California, and hid in the house, didn't want to get on the airplane. I did the same thing. Obviously, we weren't the same age, but I was the same age as him when I did this. I didn't want to get on the airplane to come to California. We're going to crash. We're going to crash. We were flying first class, by the way. My father had a belt. My grandmother had a switch, and they kicked my ass all the way to California. But I was the same person. They came from Gary, Indiana, in a small house to a big mansion. We came from the basement of a housing project on the south side of Chicago to a 3-story mansion. They came from music. My father was a professional guitarist, traveling all over the world. I mean, you know, I could just go on and on and on, but I'm just trying to say, when I started studying him, we have a lot of the same humanity about us. You know, one gig that I did, and luckily I have that one on video. My agent wanted me to do this piece for this little kid, Adam, a white kid who had leukemia. But it was at their apartment. I'm like, I don't do apartments. I don't do that. I do big venues, and I don't do that because I need a stage, and then also the lighting for the illusion. You know, I'm wearing makeup. All of that matters to the illusion. When people see you, you know, when I would first get to a venue, one of my rules was when my security and my cousin and everybody goes in to map everything out, they also then gather the client, because that's when they're going to take pictures with me, because I'm perfect. My outfit is perfect. The makeup's perfect. Hair is perfect. I'm Michael Jackson. Now you should take pictures so that you will have good pictures of me. Because when I'm done, I usually do man in the mirror. When I do this and do the bow, that's it. I go straight to the limousine, and they get all my clothes and all the shit, and I don't do anything after that. So, as I lost my train of thought again, as I'm telling it to you, how many times is that today now? But, oh, so I go, no, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm over it. Got off the phone. I don't know how long after that it was, but it dawned on me, wait a minute. You're impersonating a man who goes to fucking hospice and burn centers in every fucking country in the world when he's on tour to see kids. How dare you? I called my agent. I said, I'll do that show. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. And I did it. And I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I did. Because I was Michael Jackson for that little boy. And he will never forget that, you know. I didn't appreciate the logistics of it because usually I don't contact the client. My agent does that. And my agent had told them this, but sometimes I feel like I need to tidy up. So I just pretend that I was somebody else and called the client. But I wanted to be sure that, like, you can't, I've been mobbed before. I learned my lesson. So thinking I'm me, not realizing you're you, but they see Michael Jackson. So it wasn't until I was mobbed to death that I realized you can't do that. So it's just a little taste of what he goes through. But I told them, you can't tell the neighbors, you know, just keep it low key. And what's your place look like so we can map how I'm coming in, blah, 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 blah. Well, none of that happened. So when we got there, we were pretty much able to get me in okay, because when you pull up to the curb and then there's the sidewalk, there's a pathway coming towards you, a gate. When you go through the gate, you can go this way or this way. Go this way and stay downstairs, go to the side and there's a row of apartments. Go this way and go up the stairs, go this way, go up the stairs, apartments. So his was on the left, up the stairs, third or fourth apartment down, something like this. And you could see there were some people when we got there. It was not, but by the time I'm done, we could barely get me out of there. It was a scandal because everybody was screaming, you know, they had Michael Jackson. I don't know if they were saying Michael Jackson looked like, or if they had Michael, they thought Michael himself would come. That was the only downfall part of it. But other than that, and also that I was grabbing my crotch out of habit, and I'm in front of this little boy. Not good. I didn't think about it. But one of my people came to me during one of my costume changes, and because I start with bad, I had this whole edit that my cousin had done for me where it would go shh. No, it was just like a who's bad, who's bad, who's bad. It was the live version, but it was in stereo. It was perfect. Like, who's bad, who's bad, who's bad. That gives me time to just stand there, and any last adjustments that I need to do on stage or anything to go wrong, whatever. And then you had shh. I had all the sound effects with the chains and all the recording from the video itself. And so when Wesley Snipes goes, so what's up? You hear all of that. And then, how? You're grabbing yourself. I wasn't thinking about it. So it was, I don't know, my cousin Kitty or somebody taking me, yeah, don't do that. It was just natural. I'm doing Michael, he do that, so I'm doing it. What are you doing? My bad. I think we should start landing, y'all. I wasn't aware of the time. I kind of got carried away. James, the Michael album released 2010. That's right on time because, as I say, my dad passed away in 2009, same year as Michael. And so it's 13 years of my father's passing. This will be in November. And then 2010, I was in a wheelchair. So that would have been when. Shiro, you have so much information in you, you would lose your train of thought. It feels like that sometimes. I do. And I always have, my brain goes, dude. And I also have a lot of music in my head all the time. I can't with me. Cheryl, the name of your sister and the name of that song came. Oh, damn, that was a beautiful song. It's called With You I'm Born Again. With You I'm Born Again. Here's a name I haven't seen. We Need to Do Better. That's your name. Jedi Don't Play. Laugh out loud. Once he's done with you, he's done. I'm like that. And it's a gift because people hold on to poisonous people. And I don't need to see a lot of you. When you've shown me, I'm done. It's like you never existed. I don't have any residual anything. Like, I'm good. I'm over you. I'm done. That's it. You have to be able to let go because you only have one life to live. We're not getting this again. We're not doing this again. This is it. This is it. Your sister's name is gorgeous. Thank you, Shira. This is it. So don't waste time. Don't waste time with people that aren't worth your time, everybody. Don't do it. Don't do it. Anjane. White people don't dance. They have walking seizures. That's so damn true. I can't. And yet they're the main ones want to have dancing shows now. By the way, I forgot who sings the song, by the way. Whoever was saying that, Cheryl. Let's ask the white bitch. Who sings With You I'm Born Again? Billy Preston and Sarita. That's right. It's beautiful. You should hear it for yourself. I think my sister sounds better than Sarita. I just have to tell it. It's just because it's a statement of truth, but it's a beautiful song. With You I'm Born Again. I love it. Come bring me your softness. Comfort me through all this madness. Woman, don't you know with you? It should be a little bit more robust than that, though. I'm a little out of a little off because it's very it's very it ain't very white, but it ain't Michael Jackson. Come bring me. It was because that voice thing I was having earlier I told you guys about. I just feel like I'm too high. Like I'm too I'm too high. Come bring me. It should be more chesty, you feel me? Come bring me your softness. I don't believe that. Come bring me. I don't believe that. I hate it. Come bring me. I hate it. Come bring me your softness. Comfort me through all this madness. Woman, don't you know with you I'm born again. I don't love that. That's Anjane to Shiro to Anjane. All right, so we're going to land, I think, everybody. I just want to close by saying this, I guess, if you have children, if they haven't already discovered Michael Jackson, share him with them and bring him to life for them. It's a gift that you could give them because kids relate to Michael Jackson in a way that you can't, it's so organic and pure. As a choreographer, as a dancer, I can tell you, part of Michael's appeal to children is his dance. His dance is that of a child. It really is. His dance is the dance of a child. Michael was not some profound Juilliard, Alvin Ailey dancer with grand jetés and plie and, he wasn't dégagé. He would just feel music and dance to it. Whatever little movement his body did, he just did that. Like children do. It's very unsophisticated. That's what was so beautiful about this little boy that I shared with you guys. that was from London. The way he's doing it, I'm sure that's how it was for Michael when he was creating the dance. Just kind of fidgeting, figuring it out. I've seen him where he'll do something in rehearsal. He'll just look. He'll do an arm or hand, do something, do a click, do something. Just doing random stuff like a kid who's waiting on his mother to come out of the dentist finally. This is Michael. When you see him in rehearsal, it was that. So of course, when he got the choreographers, he had some of the best choreographers. I could argue that because I don't think Lavelle Smith is a great choreographer. Just saying, if he's a great choreographer, he's not a great dancer. There, I said it. Anyways, important. Then there was the other bastard. The bastard. He did the drill. Anyway, that was like Mike working with Michael Peters back when he did, Beat It and Thriller and this line dance thing. Remember, nobody was doing dancers behind them in synchronized dance before Michael Jackson. It just wasn't happening. You saw that maybe in the Rockettes in New York, or you saw like a Broadway show or something. There was no artist. The people weren't just like, oh, the artist and then dancers. Nobody did that before Michael Jackson. Just weren't doing it. Michael Jackson did that. So when it came to that, then he was a good student because he is music, he is dance, he is rhythm. So when you see for Thriller, he gets it like a child. He sees that monkey see, monkey do. So I'm sure I wasn't there. But that move, it's jazz, but it's also street. It's contemporary. So that wrist, you're a zombie. That wrist needs to be like as if it's being held up by a fucking string. Not like you're doing it. I'm sure that Michael Peters did not have to tell Michael about that wrist. I'm noticing shit like that as a choreographer. Like shit that would be hard to teach because you know people's tendency and what they're going to fuck up on. I bet you he didn't have to tell Michael that more than once. He showed it and Michael got it. He got it. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. And I wasn't even there. I'm positive that happened. That he got it. So that type of stuff. But then he would infuse his own stuff. So his spins, his kicks, the quick up down pieces that he would do, the leg, ta ta pa pa. He could bring it up and down very quickly. Wanna Be Starting Something is one of my favorites because he's trying to do a million things in half a second and then end with the dancers, and he does it. So at the end, there's this after they sing yeah, sing it to the world, sing it all night long. Hoo do Bubba say I'm saying what's up, I'm saying what's up, I'm saying what's up. Sing it to the world, sing it all night long. Hoo, I can't hit the high hoos. Oh, Bubba say what's up, Then that trumpet. Right at the end, they want to be starting something. I don't care how long they're going to do the Jubilee thing, I call it. When that trumpet goes, want to be starting something, got to be starting something, but they're all going to want to be. Michael's just saying, they're all saying starting something. He's just going to want to be, got to be, want to be, ho, dun dun. So that last, after the Jubilee, I call it, want to be starting something. That's what he's want to be, got to be, want to be, ho, dun, and then ends. He does 50 things in that course of what's that? Maybe 2 measures. It might be. I don't know if it's even 8. I don't know if it's even 8 counts. It might be a 16 count. for a 12-16. Might be a 16 count. But that's a short 16 counts. And he put so much in that last 16 counts. And a ho! Spin, boom. Dancers freeze right on the music. I mean, his dance is that of a child. It really is. It's that of a child. That's what made it so everything. He took purity and made it. He took purity and innocence and basic humanity and made it something people strive their whole fucking life to have even half of a career like that. He was really something, man. He's something. He's something. Who was it? Daryl Austin told us. I don't know how much he might have been bullshitting because they were smoking weed when he's saying this. But he talked about working with Michael. And he said that at one point they were in the studio and Michael was here and then he was like moved to the other, like as if he was an alien. He was dead ass sitting there telling these guys this. Was he dead ass? He was being dead ass. I don't know. I've heard other stories, you know, people saying Michael was otherly, he was an alien. His mama gave birth to him, so let's just put that down. All right, let's understand. But what I will say is that you can be an earthly person and have a divine assignment and a divinity about you that is unique and rare. And when goodness and righteousness is as natural to you as breathing, you are by default and necessarily a different human being than most of humanity, you know? I know I'm way more temperamental than Michael Jackson probably ever was in his life. And I'm angry and I'm murderous. I'm militant. I'm a few things, but I do share that sense of goodness that I believe I saw in him, you know. That's the other thing I share with him, you know. Michael was not a materialistic person. I'm not materialistic. There's people on earth, we exist, that we're just not interested in material shit. Just not interested. Just not interested. It doesn't do it. For what? It doesn't mean anything, you know. It doesn't mean anything. It just don't mean nothing. We're not just not impressed by it. Just don't care. And you could tell he was like that, you know. There's nothing extravagant we ever saw this guy wear or do or be in or floss. There's one video I saw where he's with Donald Trump. This is before Donald Trump became the fucking president, when he was actually tolerable. And they're hanging out at Trump Tower and I feel like some other places, but certainly at Trump Tower. And he asked Michael, you know, have you ever seen $1 million in cash? He goes, I've never seen my money. No, I never see it. You know, and there he is. He's Michael Jackson. And there he is in the fucking fedora. I'm sure it's an old one because he doesn't buy one every day. In a fedora, he looked amazing. His hair looked amazing. He was amazing. This was beige Michael. But there he was in those damn penny loafers. And those basic black pants and a red shirt and some jacket. Just more interested in what you are and what you're doing. Not even that I'm Michael Jackson. Like, he was so rare, man. He was so rare. My ex-girlfriend talks about being at Neverland and how regular it was. I think it was just disarming for her because she had built up all this thing for Michael Jackson. And now she finally was meeting him and it was just like, I think the fantasy was kind of over, you know? But that's how I knew there was menus at Neverland. You sort off the menu. Whatever you order, they'll fix it. And also how I knew that he had another building on his property. Remember, his Neverland was like a fucking country of its own. And he talked about, or she talked about how there was they drove to another part of the property and there was this building, and that's where he had all of his awards, and his tour jackets were like in glass cases with the lighting and all the shit, like it was like the museum of the, but he didn't keep any of that stuff at his house. It was like that's where he kept it. All that he didn't give to his mother, he would keep at this place. And we were standing there like when she told us when we knew she had met Michael, we couldn't wait to hear all the details. Here's somebody who used to run us all fucking crazy about Michael Jackson. And now, bitch, you don't have shit to say? Like, we're sitting there going, like, she'd say one thing, we're like, is this where you fainted? We're like, is this where you fainted? And then she would go on and be like, okay, is this where you fainted? Now you died. You know, like, we're waiting. She was so a matter of fact and so like as if she had been put under some hex. We didn't recognize her. You are friends with Michael. You go to fucking Neverland. Who can say that? Anyway, I'm over it. We're not going to go back to the Roe thing, everybody, because what value does it really have? You know, I don't really care. I just really wanted to do my I told you so. Because I knew I was right. I said that on 6th of May. I said, and I'll come back and do my I told you so video. Roe v. Wade is over. Watch, it's over. It's over. It's over. And now it's over. That's the headline. You know, and somebody was going to, oh, that's how I knew about it, because I was scrolling something else and I seen something where somebody was throwing themselves from the Frederick Douglass Bridge. Don't know where that's at, but so I thought it was like a different type of story, and it turned out because Roe v. Wade was overturned. Oh, I'm right. I knew it. Got to do I told you so video. I knew it was coming. It's just when. I didn't know when the court was supposed to even vote on this and any of that stuff. I knew I was right already. I didn't need any verification. I know this white demon. I tell you guys this. I know what I'm talking about. Don't just listen to me for what, like, I know I'm right. I'm not interested in being right. What is right? So it's not a commentary on me. It's about, see, this is how you read the tea leaves. I always tell you, you got to know your enemy, your environment, and your condition. I know this demon. You can't tell me there's a leak from the Supreme Court about Roe v. Wade, one of the most debated topics in all of humanity in this fucking country, and now there's some leak. Nah, bitch. It's just because they're just preparing you for it. They do this. They do this all the time. That's why I've told you. I've tried to train you. When they tell you something could possibly be, or we don't know, or in this case they were just saying there's been a leak. We don't know. I don't care what it's going to say. That means get the public ready. We've already decided it's done. Now just let them know. They do it. That's what they do. Do you think that we can come to a point where everybody will have to wear a mask? I don't know if they will have to wear a mask. We don't know that we'll have that information yet. We just thought that means, bitch, they've already decided you're going to be wearing a mask. And sure enough, you're going to be wearing a mask. And you did. Hear them when they speak. No evil when you hear it. I'll just read these and we'll be out. Jedi, Cheryl, did you say your sister sang on that song? It's called With You, I'm Born Again. And me and my sister used to sing that song when we were younger. But it's by Billy Preston and Sarita. But I think my sister sounds better than Sarita. And Sarita sounds beautiful, don't get me wrong. But I have to give it over. My sister, I mean, her voice was angelic, y'all. She was, oh my God. Her voice was, I can't. She was something. But sadly, she didn't know how much I loved her. She's so busy hating on me since we were children. Let's see, did I miss anything? Anjane to Shiro, Shiro to Anjane. Shiro to Mara. I will start with Thriller, then go back to Off the Wall all day tomorrow. It's Saturday. James, they MJ could learn choreography and break from it. I think we'll just strike the they. MJ could learn choreography and break from it and put his own style, then jump back into the choreo. And that's the other thing that anybody else doing that, they got it from Michael. Because before him, there was no dancers. And then if you had dancers, once they got dancers, they didn't dance with the dancers, you see. Or they only danced like a little piece, looked like they did something, and they sat their ass down. How many of us laughed at Whitney when she first went on tour, was like, and we were like, no, Whitney. But she's got the voice, so we can't really go in that hard. But we just had to give her something, you know. But the whole idea of leaving the dancers and coming back, that's Michael. Whereas Michael would do something else and join back in. Y'all keep doing that, I'm gonna do this, and then watch, I'm gonna be right with you. Look, see, I'm with you. Look, after I did 50 things and then joined you. He could do that. But then he could do, like in Bad, once he takes the jacket off, there's that aerial shot. He spins. It goes into the keyboard solo. Da-da-da-da-da-cha-cha. And then they do it. Wait, I'm on the wrong foot. That whole thing, cha-cha. You know, that, I mean, he looks like Fred Astaire or Alvin Ailey or somebody, you know, like the grace. He has it. Oh, Michael was so versatile, dude. He could do anything. He could do anything. He could do anything. The year he did Dangerous on the American Music Awards, no need to introduce him. Why would you introduce Michael Jackson? Why would you introduce him? As if when people see him, they would still need, somebody needs to, who is that? Who is, you know, come on. But he looked amazing. Oh my God. And then after he performed, he won several awards that night. His hair was extremely long. He might have had some add-ons. Nobody cares. The trickles coming down the inside. He looked amazing. The white shirt with the spats and the black pants. He was classic. Classic, man. Classic. And he always lingered at the mic when he got an award and took 50 minutes because it's an opportunity for the fans to see him. Remember, we don't have Instagram, we don't have Twitter, we don't have the bullshit then. So once he leaves that stage, we're not going to see him anymore. If you don't got your VCR going, you're done. So First of all, he never showed up to an award show unless there was going to be a tribute to him or unless he was definitely getting an award. If he was there, you know he's getting an award or there's going to be some tribute to him. And when there's going to be a tribute, they have to box out at least 20 minutes of airtime for Michael, because you have to introduce the person who's going to introduce the person. First, you have to hire somebody to introduce the person who's going to introduce the person who's going to introduce Michael's award. So there's that. Go back and watch any show. This is how it goes. So there's a person that comes out to announce somebody else. They come out to now introduce the person who's going to introduce the award. Then they have to run 30 minutes of all the shit he's ever done since he was 5. And all the shit, you know, then after that, then somebody introduces, and ladies and gentlemen, Michael Jackson, then he goes up on the stage. So you have to block out at least 20 minutes just to give Michael an award. I loved it, man. I loved it. I loved it. But then he would go up there. He's got like there's several of them where don't let Elizabeth Taylor be up there, because he has to stand there for 15 minutes while all the crowd screams, "I love you." Because the moment he blows a kiss, then they yell for another 15 minutes. He would have people in the palm of his hand. And you know the haters, the rest of his contemporaries and other artists are like, fuck this dude. Fuck him. Because no matter how famous you were nobody once Michael Jackson was on. Oh my God. But so he would stand there. Everybody's going ape shit. Michael, I love you. The last desperate white bitch. And he has to say, I love you too. Another 10 minutes. I mean, you just couldn't, and you can't play him off or shut him off. It's Michael Jackson. This is ratings for you. He's probably one person never been played off the stage. We'd have to check that. I'd like to know if he's ever been played off the stage. Anyways. So then, you know, he's to look at the award. And he offers it to the fans always. He always does this. Like, offer the award up to you. He always did that. Even the way, and I noticed Janet got it from him, how he holds the award is a very cherishing way that he holds an award, you know. Then, at first he has to thank God, and then if it's Elizabeth Taylor, and thank you, Elizabeth Taylor. If he's already kissed her 5 times when he came on stage, once he says, first, like, thank God, thank you, Elizabeth Taylor, he has to go over and kiss Elizabeth Taylor. I can't. Like, it just, you know, he had his own thing, man. Nobody else does that. She just finished, introduced you for 10 minutes. You just hugged her and kissed her when you came on the stage. Now he says her name. Now he has to stop and go over and hug her and kiss her and then come back and finish accepting the award. He was classic. He was classic, man. He was classic. I'm trying to get through these comments. That's where we're going to land. Are you hearing fireworks on my end, Queen? Or you having fireworks, Shiro? I don't know how I didn't see that when I saw your Thriller comment. You see? Because it jumps. And I hate when, not only do you hate it, I would if I was you, but I do hate it when I watch the stream back and I realize there was a comment I didn't read. Some of them, it's not worth, I don't need to read it, and I don't think you intend for me to read it. You're just having a general chat. But there's some of them you go, oh, fuck, I didn't see that one. Oh, last thing to say on the breaking away from the choreography, James. My wife, You know, when her breakout performance that meant anything was when she did Control on the American Music Awards. Several times she breaks away from the dancers. That's classic Michael Jackson. Classic. Cheryl, you say, I needed to step away for a minute, Jedi. I appreciate that. I should put this over here so I can read it. Smooth Criminal is full of diverse spontaneity. Yes. And my friend Tina Landon was in that video. I mean, our lives have come so close together. I met his mother, for God's sake. You know, he's became friends with one of my ex-girlfriends. One of the performances I did was for his then attorney, a guy named Anthony Barish. It was out in Century City. I think whenever I tell this, I say Culver City. It was either Culver City or Century City. But the law firm hired a Michael Jackson impersonator, moi, to come and perform. And they were so impressed with me that after I finished my show, they took me up to the offices and they took pictures of me with Pepsi. I saw pictures of them on the wall with Michael that were clearly taken there in that fucking building. And they assured me that Michael would see the pictures. And I didn't have any reason to not believe that. So our lives have come so close together, you know. It just wasn't meant for me to meet him. Shira, thank you so much for this tribute to the most famous recorded human in human history. Job well done, King. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate that. And then last one on this corny side of town. Well, I'm surprised I'm not hearing them yet because it's been fireworks. It's been fucking 4th of July since I moved to this bitch in 2017. I'm over it. Like literally, there's fucking fireworks when there's not even. It's not even July. And I have called the city. I've called the police, and the bitch act like she didn't know the city ordinance for fireworks, and it's a few things. But and there's been fireworks, but it hasn't been like it had been. But I noticed that down by the police station, there's a big ass sign. In fact, you have to drive around it, which is going to cause an accident because the intersection, the main road is kind of raised. So you're a little bit of an incline. So when you come over it, there's that fucking sign. Somebody's going to get an accident because you're not supposed to change lanes that close to an intersection or in an intersection. You don't have any choice. They got one of those digital signs out there saying $1,000 fine for fireworks. Appreciate the sign, but move the bitch. So I want to say thank you to all of you for coming and being part of the stream today. And I will be doing more stuff on Michael Jackson. In fact, I just wanted to make sure I marked it this time. You know, like it's the day before. Tomorrow is the anniversary of his death. You know, still feels weird to even say that, but I wanted to eulogize him in some way. Okay. Oh yeah, I got something really fire for you guys that I'm going to be bringing. It's going to blow your mind. I'll definitely get to that over the weekend, inshallah. Like, I'm bringing you. I always tell you, I can show you better than I can tell you. And there are many things that if you have a visual that goes with that, it sticks to you better and longer and has a more profound impact. But the point is made more profoundly. Yeah. So I'll be doing that. But like I said, I wanted to eulogize Michael in this piece today because I think that we should, I want everybody to start doing something on his birthday and on the anniversary of his death and just everything, because they're still trying to act like Frank Sinatra is the greatest thing that ever fucking walked the earth. He's been dead for how many decades? I'm over it. And Elvis, you know, like I said, there's an Elvis movie that launches today. For what, I don't know. And Elvis was nothing. So here we have the most that ever was. We should be playing him up and memorizing him. In fact, you know, if I had my way, we'd have National Michael Jackson Day and shit, or National Michael Jackson Month, where everybody, black folks, wear your Michael Jackson gear. Hold up, y'all. I've reached temperature, so it shut itself off. But it will start again, though. And we don't need that. Yeah, you know, they tried to kill him when he was here, and then after he died, they're still trying to, you know, desecrate his grave and his memory. And we don't need to accept that. You know, Michael is what we say he was. And he is who he represented himself to be. You know, that white devil that came earlier is indicative of all white people, most of them. Certainly the media, but that's too easy. That lets a whole bunch of other fucking white people off the hook, and I'm not here for that. So I sweep with a wide brush. It's all of them. That even if they loved him, they still feel jealousy that he wasn't theirs. You know, Michael was ours. He was a black man. That's what it is. He's a black man. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about the vitiligo and all that. And by the way, he made vitiligo very sexy. Because how do you deal with that? You're the most famous human being ever known to humanity. Damn it. So the very sight of you is your real estate. That's your stock. And now you have vitiligo? You can't go out there. What are you going to do? And you're a male. It would have been a lot easier for a female. She can throw on a wig, throw on some makeup, do some rouge, some lipstick, and be on your way. Nobody thinks anything different. But this is a man. You know? And how do you strike the balance? Again, you gotta trust God, but you gotta have a real relationship with your maker, dude. Because I remember coming up over the hill to Sunset Boulevard, and I saw the coming August 31st, Michael Jackson's band. I went, oh my God, Michael's white. Until I saw him landing in Osaka, Japan. And I went, Michael is not white at all. But that picture looked like it. But the bad video, it was a lot for him to wear that hood, no hair, just his face in black and white with the clef, and people are talking, your name is the name on every lip on earth, talking shit about you did shit to your face and you look like this, you look like that. How does he show his face? How? How? Then the bad video, dun, 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 drops out of the ceiling. Camera pans up. We see Michael for the first time. Remember, every time he came and goes away, we don't know. We don't know. Last time we saw him was Thriller. Now he's back with Bad. He had to have grit to do that. You've obviously had something done to yourself for whatever reasons. We know about the vitiligo yet. But to stand there with a straight face, that's the essence of a black man, an African. It's what I say because I said it is. That first turn of the head with the sting, then he turns the head. They all turn their head. Wesley Snipes, that's his first role, by the way. Nobody knew who Wesley was before that. That's his breakout role, was in a Michael Jackson short film. How many people got their start in a short film? Who? I'd like to know that list of people. I think it's one, Wesley. But he gave a stellar performance. I believed him. I was ready to fight Wesley, who I also met, by the way. I met Wesley Snipes. And the look, the belt, the buckles, the shit. We've seen these hairbanger bands out there forever. Michael made it couture to be in buckles and shit. It was couture. It made sense. It wasn't just like, you know, these hairband dudes like the fucking, I don't know, White Snake or somebody. Duran Duran, with the hair and just shit that don't match and just buckles and shit and we're rock and, you know. But Michael was couture, dude. This was like rock badass couture. The shit, the boots, the shit. He was like, yeah. He's bad. He's bad. And then the song is Who's Bad? That was the first fucking single, bitch. So you come back looking like this when everybody's talking shit about you saying who's bad. That's bold. That's bold. That's something that image makers can't give to you. You know, there's full firms out there that you could hire that tell you how to handle shit and how to craft your image and what works in this setting. This is how you need to answer this and don't respond to this and that. Nobody could teach that. He had to come from his gut and be bold to say, you know what? This is me. I don't have a choice. How do I make fucking vitiligo sexy? And when you think about it, had he depigmented his skin with the vitiligo, with his original look, it really wouldn't look right. If you really think about it, it wouldn't have worked. Imagine off the wall vitiligo, like full white face. Remember, off the wall afro, the black tuxedo, white skin. You're not watching that video. Don't say shit. You're not watching it. You wouldn't. So it's almost like he had to come up with a look that went with his skin. I didn't see him after it was just white, because I know one of our cousins, John is a chocolate African man, but he has vitiligo. It's the first time I ever saw it. White as a sheet of paper. People don't understand. It's not just like, oh, it's white. Like even my hand, well, they don't show well in this light, but all of us, our hands are basically pink to some degree on the inside, you know. His skin, where it wasn't pigmented, was white as this fucking garment I'm wearing. Literally, that's what vitiligo is. White. White. Like General Motors white. Literally. That's how white it is. So towards the end, when he got to that, and then I understood the lipstick. Although you could have picked a different color, Michael. Because remember, this is pigment. So if you are now have no pigment, you need to put something on your lips. But it didn't need to be red. Just like so. But he made it work, man. There shall never be another one like this one. That's it. So we'll be together, inshallah, you guys, over the weekend. Yes, Anjane, Michael was that dude. That's the dude. That's the dude. There's will not be another like him. He was a once in a lifetime human being. There won't be another one. And we should be honored, those of us who had the opportunity to live at the same time as he. Even if you didn't personally get a chance to go see his concert or see him live, you know, you still have bragging rights. You know, I was just fortunate to see him 3 times. One of the times of which is because I won a Michael Jackson lookalike contest. Oh, and the prize, part of the prize was they gave you I forget how much cash you won, but you also won 2 tickets to the Michael Jackson concert. So I got the cash and the tickets. And I'm not sure if that was my 2nd or 3rd time that I saw him, but I saw him 3 times. Because I saw him at the Coliseum, I saw him at the Forum, and I saw him at can't think of the name of the fucking, Irvine Meadows. Irvine Meadows, the Coliseum, and the Forum. 3 times I saw Michael Jackson. I saw him with my own eyes. And I appreciated that more after he passed. Because you're like, what can I hold on to now? You know? That's what I saw him. I saw him. I saw him. And I understand now that girl, in one of the montages they ever play of him when they give him an award and they're playing a montage of all this shit, there's this one white bitch, she goes, Sean, I saw him! Sean, I saw him! And I thought, bitch, die, until I saw him. It really is, for me, transformative. Like, I saw. It was like that. I saw him. I saw him. I saw that man, Michael Jackson. I saw him. Rahim of Allah. So, I love you guys all. And you're probably not still here, but Gwen, thank you for your the chat we had in the live earlier. I enjoyed that so much. It was an honor, and thank you for the privilege. You're another one that has come to life for me now, and I'm deeply honored. I'm really like my ear thing, y'all. But yeah, I need to have some tea and lay my ass down. Today is Friday. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'll see y'all. If I don't see you tomorrow, then certainly we'll be together on Sunday. I have a strong suspicion we're gonna be together tomorrow. You know. Yeah. So if no one else has any more questions for me or any comments or anything I need to comment on, then I just want to say thank you again. I'm here. You are welcome. It was fun. Thank you. Thank you, Queen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What an honor. What an honor, man. And I know I have such wonderful people out there. I know I'm hard on my audience, but that's because I know what I know in my soul, you know? And it just, that's validated every time that I get a chance to meet or speak to any of you. It's like you've been holding me back from all this goodness. How dare you? Die off, you know. To all the new names that I saw today, I want to thank you guys and say shout out to you. James, I highlight you because you were one of the first new names that I saw today that I don't think I've seen. And you have the name of one of my very, very good friends back in Maryland, James. He's actually James Brown Jr. That's really his name. James Brown Jr. No relation to James Brown, like the singer dude, like, but just James Brown Jr. because his father's name was obviously James Brown. But yeah, that's my buddy. And just all the new people that I saw in the live tonight. Yeah. Keep Michael alive, everybody. Keep him alive and celebrate him because he's worthy. He's worthy, man. He's worthy. Don't idolize because we don't get into that. That's shirk. And but you can definitely have a high admiration for another human being. And Michael Jackson is worth it. And for African people, he set records and was an ambassador for us across this fucking earth. Anywhere you're gonna name, this man's name and face is instantly recognizable. He never embarrassed us. He never showed us up. He never did anything but lift us and represent us in a way that we can always be proud of, you know? And he was an example for humanity. And we can excuse that, but we know that we need to just be over this trying to be good for all of humanity. We need to say fuck white people and get about the business of being good to each other. And that's it, because as long as they exist, there's never going to be peace or anything. You just have to completely divorce them of existence, you know. But his audience looked like humanity. Like from little fucking babies to grandma and grandpa at the same concert on the same day at the same time. And then repeat that across all hue of humanity. There was not a more international artist than Michael Jackson, or a famous person in general. Just wasn't. And I proved in my last piece on Elvis that his audience was nothing but fucking white kids, mostly male. Nobody else cared. That's it. Teenagers, white ass teenagers, mostly male. Michael's audience looked like humanity wherever he was. All of humanity was there. We have to give it over. We have to give it over. And unlike Beyonce, he wasn't afraid to say who he was influenced by. She tries to be a tight-lipped bitch. Michael Jackson, and while she's stealing from all the fucking other people that she learned from in the 90s and 80s and shit. I've seen her shit. People I know, I saw stuff, and I'm like, bitch, I know where you got that at. I seen it. This is not new. It's not new. And then when she can't beat you, she immediately collaborates with you. Immediately. Quick, go and collaborate with her because she's trying to be better than you. She's an obsessive bitch, Beyonce. Obsessive. Obsessive. A dragon. You know, Shakira comes on the scene. What does she do? Quick, go and do a video with Shakira and look just like her. While by default trying to outdo her. Like, and the way they shoot it, you don't know when you're looking at Shakira and when you're looking at Beyonce. She meant that shit. I'm not mad at her hustle. Just I'm diagnosing and identifying. Lady Gaga comes out, explodes. She's the biggest thing since probably Britney Spears. Quick, go and do a video with Lady Gaga. It's good business, but I'm on to her ass. So I'm probably not going to be invited to parties, and I'm okay with that because I don't want to be around Jay-Z, who looks like the fucking Baphomet anyways. So it's fine. Love you all. I'll see you over the weekend, inshallah. Jedi is out. I'm just making sure. I was just thinking about, damn it jumped. Click on it. I was just thinking about that Shakira. Yeah. Hateful bitch. She immediately runs and does a collaboration with you. Ed Sheeran came on the scene, was getting way too much smoke. Boom, she goes and does something with Ed Sheeran. There she was performing with Ed Sheeran at the Stevie Wonder birthday celebration. They did dun, 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 dun. Oh my God. Dun, 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 dun. Molly's hot on the block. Jamming. 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 We'll be jamming till the beat of dawn. Nobody ever told me that you. Yeah, her and Ed Sheeran. And I think he came in on a party he wasn't supposed to come in on because she gave him a look and he looked at her like, yeah, bitch, I got you. I can't prove that, but go and see the performance and make up your own mind. All right. I love you more. Love you guys. Have a good night. And we'll be together again over the weekend. Inshallah. I got to get out these clothes, give me something to eat, and lay back. Peace.